मंगलमूर्ति मोरया।
सिंधुरवदना पंकज चरणा,
सिंदूरवदना पंकज चरणा,
सिंधुरवदना पंकज चरणा,
सिंदूरवदना पंकज चरणा,
सिंधुरवदना पंकज चरणा मंगलमूर्ति मोरया।
सिंदूरवदना पंकज चरणा मंगलमूर्ति मोरया।
सिंधुरवदना पंकज चरणा मंगलमूर्ति मोरया।
सिंदूरवदना पंकज चरणा मंगलमूर्ति मोरया।
सिद्धि विनायक मंगलदाता,
सिद्धि विनायक मंगलदाता,
सिद्धि विनायक मंगलदाता,
सिद्धि विनायक मंगलदाता,
अष्टविनायक मंगलदायक मंगलमूर्ति मोरया।
अष्टविनायक मंगलदायक मंगलमूर्ति मोरया।
अष्टविनायक मंगलदायक गणपति बप्पा मोरया।
अष्टविनायक मंगलदायक गणपति बप्पा मोरया।
जय गणराया श्री गणराया,
जय गणराया श्री गणराया,
जय गणराया श्री गणराया मंगलमूर्ति मोरया।
जय गणराया श्री गणराया मंगलमूर्ति मोरया।
सिंधुरवदना पंकज चरणा,
सिंदूरवदना पंकज चरणा,
सिंधुरवदना पंकज चरणा मंगलमूर्ति मोरया।
सिंदूरवदना पंकज चरणा मंगलमूर्ति मोरया।
सिद्धि विनायक मंगलदाता,
सिद्धि विनायक मंगलदाता,
अष्टविनायक मंगलदायक मंगलमूर्ति मोरया।
अष्टविनायक मंगलदायक मंगलमूर्ति मोरया।
अष्टविनायक मंगलदायक गणपति बप्पा मोरया।
अष्टविनायक मंगलदायक गणपति बप्पा मोरया।
जय गणराया श्री गणराया।
देवा महेश्वरा साई नारायणा, देवा महेश्वरा साई नारायणा, देवा महेश्वरा साई नारायणा, दुखभञ्जना साई नारायणा, नटनागरा दुखभञ्जना साई नारायणा, नटनागरा दुखभञ्जना साई नारायणा, नटनागरा अखिलेश्वरा साई नारायणा, अखिलेश्वरा साई नारायणा, करुणाकरा अखिलेश्वरा साई नारायणा, हृदयेश्वरा वरतीश्वरा साई नारायणा हृदयेश्वरा वरतीश्वरा साई नारायणा हृदयेश्वरा वरतीश्वरा साई नारायणा महेश्वरा साई नारायणा महादेवा महेश्वरा साई नारायणा नटनागरा दुःखभञ्जना साई नारायणा नटनागरा दुःखभञ्जना साई नारायणा करुणाकरा अखिलेश्वरा साई नारायणा करुणाकरा अखिलेश्वरा साई नारायणा अल्लाह तुम महावीर सु साई नारायणा हृदयेश्वरा वरतीश्वरा साई नारायणा हृदयेश्वरा वरतीश्वरा साई नारायणा हृदयेश्वरा वरतीश्वरा साई नारायणा
सुन्दरपादं साईपादं सुन्दरपादं साईपादं सुन्दरपादं साईपादं सुन्दरपादं साईपादं पङ्कजचरणं पापविमोचनं पङ्कजचरणं पापविमोचनं पङ्कजचरणं पापविमोचनं पङ्कजचरणं पापविमोचनं सुन्दरपादं साईपादं सुन्दरपादं साईपादं नटराजपादं साईपादं नटराजनटनं साईपादं नटराजनटनं साईपादं श्रीकृष्णनर्तनं साईपादं श्रीकृष्णनर्तनं साईपादं श्रीकृष्णनर्तनं साईपादं श्रीकृष्णनर्तनं साईपादं भवदुःखहरणं साईपादं भवदुःखहरणं साईपादं भवदुःखहरणं साईपादं भवदुःखहरणं साईपादं जगदोद्धारणं साईपादं सुन्दरपादं साईपादं
सुन्दरपादं साईपादं
पङ्कजचरणं पापविमोचनं
पङ्कजचरणं पापविमोचनं
सुन्दरपादं साईपादं
सुन्दरपादं साईपादं
नटराजनटनं साईपादं
नटराजनटनं साईपादं
श्रीकृष्णनर्तनं साईपादं
श्रीकृष्णनर्तनं साईपादं
भवदुकारणं साईपादं
भवदुःखहरणं साईपादं
भवदुकारणं साईपादं
भवदुःखहरणं साईपादं
जगदोद्धारणं साईपादं
जगदोद्धारणं साईपादं
जगदोद्धारणं साईपादं
जगदोद्धारणं साईपादं
सुन्दरपादं
साईपादं
सर्वधर्मप्रिय देवा
सर्वधर्मप्रिय देवा
सर्वधर्मप्रिय देवा
सर्वधर्मप्रिय देवा
सत्य साई देवा
सत्य साई देवा
सत्य साई देवा
सत्य साई देवा
अल्लाह येसु बुद्ध गुरु नानक
अल्लाह येशु बुद्ध नानक
अल्लाह येसु बुद्ध गुरु नानक
अल्लाह येशु बुद्ध नानक
सौराष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो
सौराष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो
सौराष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो
सौराष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो
राम भी तुम हो कृष्ण भी 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 तुम हो
विश्वरूप तुम हो
विश्वरूप तुम हो
विश्वरूप तुम हो
विश्वरूप तुम हो
साई विश्वरूप तुम हो
साई विश्वरूप तुम हो
सर्वधर्म प्रिय देवा
सर्वधर्मप्रिय देवा
सत्य साई देवा
सत्य साई देवा
येसु बुद्ध नानक
येशु बुद्ध नानक
सौराष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो
सौराष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो
सौराष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो
सौराष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो
राम भी तुम हो कृष्ण भी तुम हो
राम भी तुम हो कृष्ण भी तुम हो
विश्वरूप तुम हो
विश्वरूप तुम हो
विश्वरूप तुम हो
विश्वरूप तुम हो
साई विश्वरूप तुम हो
साई विश्वरूप तुम हो
Om Shri Sai Ram, distinguished guests, elders, eminent personalities from different walks of life, friends from the media, delegates, staff and students from different educational institutions, devotees watching the program live from India and the world over. A hearty good morning to all of you. It is a glad welcome we bring to you this morning on day 3 of the National Youth Meet 2016, the day of the conference on spirituality in education through harmony of religions. It fills us with much optimism and hope as we set out to walk together to achieve this, that has something been only a dream so far.
The objective of this conference is to necessitate the need for spirituality in today's education system and see how young minds can be taught to inculcate the values of truth, righteousness, peace, love, and non-violence that all religions encourage to practice. This theme has been chosen to decide how both secular and spiritual education should be merged into a philosophy and pedagogy of education with the power to better serve the needs of the society.
Its need has arisen because of the persistent conflict and a steady decline in morality, calling for a profound change that is needed in the way human beings view themselves and one another. Such a spiritual awakening would require an educational model with the capacity to transform the minds and hearts of all the people. The model that is now prevalent throughout the world would need to be expanded from its emphasis on the secular to encompass the spiritual. We believe that institutions as yours can play a major role in helping students realize their full human potential, which is the realization of one's inherent divinity. Further, it is through this awakening of human consciousness that students become cultured and refined. Culture and refinement take them beyond the concerns of personal welfare to the welfare of all members of the society. Such individuals who have recognized this prevailing unity within diversity would then be guided by their sense of right and wrong, good and bad, and by what is helpful rather than what is harmful to others.
The most important reason why spirituality in education is crucial today is to help students develop love for God, resist wrongdoing, and uphold morality in society. We have chosen to partner with like-minded institutions such as the ones you esteemed guests seated here represent, because your organizations too have stood to uphold India's cultural, intellectual, and spiritual heritage. We would like you to give us your perspective on why you think spirituality is necessary to lay the foundation for long-term prosperity of the society. In your address, you may also refer to how your schools and colleges offer a holistic approach to education.
Sri Satya Sai Baba says, modern education develops the intellect and imparts skills, but does not promote qualities in any way. Humility, reverence, compassion, forbearance, sacrifice, and self-control are the good qualities that reveal the outcome of true education. At the Sri Satya Sai World Education Conference in 2008, Baba said, education is no bookworm affair. The process must include the study and appreciation of all trades, professions, and guilds. Spiritual education is not a distinct and separate discipline. It is part and parcel of all types and levels of education. In fact, it is the very foundation on which a lasting edifice can be built. Secular and spiritual education are the two halves in the seeds of pulses. The germ that sprouts in between is fed by both.
The spiritual dimension in education brings about harmony in thought, word, and deed of the precepts. When there's harmony within the individual, this will reflect in the dealings with the society as well. Sri Satya Sai Baba says, Good education is that which teaches the method of achieving world peace, that which destroys narrow-mindedness and promotes unity, equality, and peaceful coexistence among human beings. It is towards establishing this objective that we have all gathered here, seeking your cooperation and support in transforming the landscape of India's education system.
Revered elders, we would now begin the morning's proceedings, chanting the traditional Vedic invocations to invoke and propitiate various deities and seek their blessings. This morning, the Veda chanting is done by second year PU students from the Alike campus. They will be chanting the Sannyasa Suktam.
हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पतानः शृण्वन्नोतिभिः सेदसादनम् प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनामविद्र्यवतु गणेशाय नमः सरस्वत्यै नमः श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः हरि ओम् न कर्मणा न प्रजया धनेन त्यागेनैके अमृतत्वमानशुः परेण नाकं निहितं गुहायां विभ्राजते तद्यतयो विशन्ति वेदान्तविज्ञानसुनिश्चितार्था सन्न्यासयोगाद्यतयः शुद्धसत्त्वाः ते ब्रह्मलोके तु परान्तकाले परामृतात् परिमुच्यन्ति सर्वे दहरं विपापं परमेश्मभूतं यत्पुण्डरीकं पुरमद्य सद्गस्थम् तत्रापि गहनं गगनं विशोकस्तस्मिन् यदन्तस्तदुपासितव्यम् राजाधिराजाय प्रसह्य साहिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे समे कामान् कामकामाय मह्यम् कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो दधातु कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः पर्याप्त्यानन्तरायाय सर्वस्तोमोतिरात्र उत्तममहर्भवति सर्वस्याप्यै सर्वस्य चित्तै सर्वमेव तेनाप्नोति सर्वं जयति यो वेदादौ स्वरः प्रोक्तो वेदान्ते च प्रतिष्ठितः तस्य प्रकृतिलीनस्य यः परः स महेश्वरः ॐ शान्तिः 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 हंस हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंसः प्रचोदयात् साईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरि ओम्
Today, the task of introducing our guests of honors and speakers is a great privilege. We would like to offer to you all our gratitude and offer a bunch of thanks to you all.
We have with us Shri Nirmalanandanatha Swamiji. Swamiji heads the Adi Chunchanagiri Mahasamsthana as its 72nd pontiff. He has also convened the Foundation for Unity of Religious and Enlightened Citizens and is actively involved in conducting Indian spiritual movement activities. We welcome you, Swamiji.
We are blessed to have in our presence Swami Muktidananda Maharaj. Swamiji is the Adhyaksha of the Sri Ramakrishna Ashrama, Yadavgiri, Mysore, and trustee of the Sri Ramakrishna Mutt and Mission, Belur.
We also have with us Shri H.N. Dastur, Executive Secretary and Director General of the Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. The Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan is one of India's foremost educational trusts He oversees about 120 kendras in India and 8 of them overseas. Welcome you, sir.
An academic luminary next. Chairman of the Academy for Creative Teaching Bangalore, Dr. Gururaj Karajagi is a well-known and passionate educationist. He's instrumental in building over 56 schools of very high quality all over the world. He was also a member of the Karnataka Knowledge Commission.
We have with us Professor J. Shashidhar Prasad, an ardent devotee of Bhagwan. He's the former Vice Chancellor of the Mysore University and also the former Vice Chancellor of the Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning.
I'm happy to introduce you all next. Sir Isaac Tigrit, founder of the famed Hard Rock Cafe and the House of Blues. He's too an ardent devotee of Bhagwan Baba and has dedicated himself to his mission.
Amidst us, we have Shri B. Narayan Rao, Secretary of the Sri Satya Sai Loka Seva Trust that is furthering the cause of value-based education in rural India.
Sitting third from my left is founder and current president of the Spiritan Self-Awareness Initiative, Father Charles Ogada.
We have the good fortune of having amidst us once again Professor H.S. Bhatia. He is an accomplished researcher and technologist and has made many contributions in the development of radar systems for Indian Navy. He also holds the post of State Secretary in the Gurudwara Sri Guru Singh Sabha in Bangalore.
I'm pleased to introduce to you Mr. Samuel K. Samuel, Vice President, All India Association of the Christian Higher Education. In his lengthy tenure in the field of education, Professor Samuel has striven to be the catalyst of change to bring about a paradigm shift in the education scenario. I would like to welcome next Ms. Sita Kunchitapadam. Dr. Mrs. Kunchitapadam is the former director of the Sahaj Marg Research and Training Institute, Sri Ramachandra Mission, Chennai.
We have amidst us Sri B.N. Narasimhamurthy, the chief mentor of the Sri Satya Sai Loka Seva institutions, a prolific orator and biographer of Sri Satya Sai Baba. He has been associated with the education mission of Bhagwan for over 4 decades. I also have the privilege of introducing Sri Madhusudan Rao Naidu, a distinguished alumnus of the Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, who has dedicated his life to Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba by serving as his communicator in the subtle form.
We will now have the lighting of the lamp ceremony. May I now request all our guests to please come forward and light the lamp, marking the inauguration of the conference.
Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityurma Amritam
May I now request Sri B.N. Narasimhamurthy to deliver his introductory address. Shri B.N. Narasimhamurthy is the chief mentor of the Sri Satya Sai Lokaseva institutions. He served as the warden for the various campuses of the Sri Satya Sai institutions for over 40 years and has overseen generations of students right from 1980s. He came to Sri Satya Sai Baba at a tender age of 19 and has authored several books which have been translated into 8 national and international languages. He vividly narrates his experiences with Baba in his book Sri Satya Sai Divya Kripashraya. He's also had the good fortune of authoring the biography of Bhagwan Baba of volumes 5, 6 and 7. He has dedicated his life for the mission of Sri Satya Sai Baba. Shri B.N. Narasimhamurthy.
Om Shri Sai Ram. On behalf of everyone gathered here, it's my privilege to offer our loving pranams at the lotus feet of our most beloved Divine Master, Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba. Most revered seers and pontiffs adorning the stage, esteemed elders, dignitaries, brothers and sisters, and Bhagavan's very dear property, young men and women drawn from every state of India. Sarganam adirantascha madhyam chevaham arjuna adhyatma vidya vidyanam vadaha pravadatamaham. I am the beginning, the end, and the middle, that is the life of all beings in the universe. Among all types of education, I am Adhyatma Vidya. I am spiritual education. I am the logic and power of oratory of orators, declared Bhagavan Sri Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita. God himself identifies himself with Adhyatma Vidya, the spiritual education. Spiritual culture is the soul of India, is the backbone of India. That is why Swami Vivekananda declared, India is immortal as long as she persists in search for God. If the people of India take to politics and social conflict, bereft of spirituality, India will perish, he said. But today it is such a tragedy. Even in India, forget about other countries, it is considered a blasphemy to talk about God and spirituality in schools and colleges. This is very well depicted in a beautiful statement by one of the modern thinkers, E.F. Schumacher, said, the problems of education today are the deepest problems, reflections of the deepest problems that haunt the world today. The problems are not physical but metaphysical. If the anti-metaphysical attitude and atmosphere in the academic spheres continues, education, far from being the greatest resource of mankind, will become an agent of destruction. That's what he said. If we analyze very deeply all the problems of the world facing mankind today, especially in India, the kind of violence, unrest, conflict, indiscipline, chaos, we can recognize the root cause. That is because we have not brought up our children well. We have not imported the spiritual heritage of India to the Indian children, and so we see so many problems plaguing our society today. Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba said, Bahula Vidyalanni Pakashastram Bolu, Vantakam Bolu Bhakti Vakate. Vantakamu Vidi Pakashastram Adela, Vinudu Bharatiya Veerasutoda. O brave son of Bharat, listen to this truth of all kinds of education. All kinds of education, the real education is only spiritual education. All kinds of education are like books on cooking, and actual cooking is only devotion to God. What is the use of all the books on cooking if we actually do not take up cooking at all? He asks. Therefore, it is essential today that we bring back the soul of India into the schools and colleges in India. It is very essential that today spirituality becomes the foundation of the educational systems, especially in India and definitely all over the world, as was envisaged by great luminaries like Swami Vivekananda, Sri Mahayogi Sri Aurobindo, Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore, and Mahatma Gandhiji. In recent times, over the last 50 years, Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba gave to the world a philosophy of integral education, wherein the soul of education is the education of the soul. The phenomenal success and growth of Satya Sai educational institutions all over the country and even abroad can be attributed to the universal approach to spirituality which was propounded by Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba. No education can be complete without knowing oneself. The famous Greek philosopher Aristotle said, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. That's what he said. And the root cause of all unrest in society all over the world, especially in India, is because we are not imparting the principles of faith in God, devotion to God, service to God, and compassion for all fellow beings in our schools and colleges. That is why Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba says, unless you have Daiva Preeti, love for God, there won't be Papa Bhiti, fear of sin. If there is no fear of sin, there is no morality in society, there is no Sangha Niti. Daiva Preeti, Papa Bhiti, and Sangha Niti are so interconnected that unless we create this faith in God in the children of India, in schools and colleges, there is no way we can bring about discipline in society, welfare of society. Baba declared the foundation for social welfare is individual character, and the foundation of individual character is spiritual transformation. It is necessary that we really now bust the myth that spirituality is a synonym for religion and an antonym for science. It is neither a synonym for religion nor an antonym for science. It was Albert Einstein who said, religion without science is blind, science without religion is lame. In this direction, this National Youth Meet, which has attracted more than 1,200 young men and women from every state of India, today we'll be deliberating on this theme. The first day was dedicated to harmony of religions. The second day, ideals of Ramayana for the modern times. And today we'll be deliberating on spirituality in education based on harmony of religions. We are also bringing out a white paper which will be released and presented to all the dignitaries here and also all the eminent educationists who have assembled here. We seek your support, we seek your endorsement, and the idea is to submit this white paper signed by eminent personalities from all walks of life in India, submit it to the central government and also to the state governments. With this introductory remarks, I conclude and hand over the mics to the compeers for the further deliberations. Thank you.
We would now like to present to you some excerpts from the white paper, Spirituality in Education Based on the Harmony of Religions. Rapid progress of science and technology in modern times has brought about revolutionary changes in the life of man. But as Isaac Asimov, a great modern thinker, puts it, the saddest aspect of life right now is that science gathers knowledge faster than society gathers wisdom. There is a lopsided development of the head to the exclusion of the heart. This has led to a deep crisis in modern times. To get over the crisis, the only way is to evolve a philosophy and system of education which will give equal importance to the development of head, heart, and hands. This will contribute to creating men and women with integrated personalities.
The thinker and philosopher Plato defined education as a lifelong process, starting from the first years of childhood, lasting to the very end of life. He used the term education in a very wide sense, saying that which makes man eagerly pursue the ideal perfection of citizenship and teaches him how to rule rightly and how to obey is true education. Until about 390 BC in ancient Greece, there were absolutely no permanent schools or courses for higher education. Groups of students would attach themselves to one teacher where they learnt the art of combat, gymnastics, music, reading, writing and literature, and thus permanent schools commenced. This is where Plato, Socrates and Aristotle taught. In fact, Aristotle preached that educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all.
The ancient education system in India, also known as the Gurukula system, did not focus only on material development and survival, but was also based on man-making. It was the means for self-realization as the means to highest end of life, mukti or emancipation. Great rishis who were the teachers stayed in the ashrams in the forests and imparted education to their students who came to seek knowledge. In these spiritual incubators, students imbibed timeless human values and gained worldly as well as spiritual knowledge. The following objectives were ascribed to education: self-control, development of character, sociability or social awareness, integral development of personality, cultivation of values like compassion, humility and self-sacrifice, and preservation of knowledge and culture. The aim of education was to enable the students to perform their social, economic and religious obligations to society and family when they grow up.
The purpose of education, so, should not revolve around the acquisition of a predetermined set of skills, but rather the realization of one's full potential and the ability to use those skills for the greater good of the society. Education must provide life-building, man-making and character-making abilities to develop an integrated personality, as my colleague Siddhant just said. The one who has learned to sharpen his intellect, purify his heart, balance his emotions, and stand firm on moral virtues and selflessness is a person who has received true education. A more soulful education seeks to open the mind, warm the heart, and awaken the spirit of each student. His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, in fact says, education needs to concentrate on developing a good heart. At different points in time in history, there have been educational reforms to keep up with the changing times in India and around the world. The Radhakrishnan Commission, the Mudaliar Commission, the Kothari Commission, the National Policy of Education, and many such have advocated changes in the education system, which was then based on the prevailing societal conditions.
If the ancient Gurukula system was so well-rounded, have we been able to replicate such a model in modern times? The answer is a resounding yes. The soul of education is the education of the soul. This model of education is not new to India. It has been there since ancient times in the form of Gurukulas. Even today, we have modern Gurukulas established by spiritual luminaries and educationists all over India. To list a few, Swami Vivekananda, Mahatma Gandhi, Sri Aurobindo, Sri Rabindranath Tagore, and institutions like Ramakrishna Mission, Chinmaya Mission, Art of Living, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, and the ever-expanding chain of Sri Satya Sai schools and colleges. The Sri Satya Sai educational institutions established by Sri Satya Sai Baba has nurtured and developed one such model for the past 50 years, contributing to the noble mission of nation building by creating men and women of character. Spirituality and harmony of religions is the very basis of the Satya Sai system of education. With changing times over the decades, many religions and dharmas have come into existence. Hence, spirituality cannot be followed by one particular philosophy, but must encompass all thoughts and belief systems.
Having received education at the Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Anantapur campus, I can vouch that seamlessly synthesizing secular and spiritual knowledge, the Sri Satya Sai system incorporates the salient features of the Gurukula system. It is completely residential. Education is provided absolutely free of cost. The Guru-Shishya relationship is fostered. Students learn the dignity of labor. And they do so by attending to all the needs of their campus themselves. A large part of Sri Satya Sai Baba's transformational work has been in the area of education. He is a vociferous proponent of the adage that free education offered can be transformative as an ideal that can have far-reaching effects on our way of life, on our attitudes, and even in our relationships. The white paper, Spirituality in Education, based on harmony of religions, is an effort to define what true education is and its purpose, its efficacy in the modern life, and the solutions it provides to the increasingly dysfunctional world today. We now pray to Bhagwan to officially release the white paper, which will be submitted to the central and state governments, seeking their support and urging them to implement this values-based education through the harmony of religions.
In our midst, we have Shri Nirmalanandanatha Swamiji, the head of Adi Chunchanagiri Mutt. He has convened the Foundation for Unity of Religious and Enlightened Citizens, and his institution has at its fulcrum spirituality, value-based education, and integral education. We will now screen a short film on the Sai spiritual education titled Education for Transformation.
I think education it's a kind of driving force that keeps you moving in life.
It is about the values of human being.
Education is mainly focused on getting a job.
For me, education is beyond the academic learning in classrooms. It should be more a life teaching experience.
Education is the basic right of each and every one of us.
Education is more about opening new doors and opening your mind to all the knowledge in the world that there is.
Very marked or systems oriented, just like an expectation, and we are fulfilling it.
Without education, there is no life for us. Education is a breath of a life.
Education is a lot more than what is gained in schools and colleges. I think it's the gateway to economic growth.
To many, the word education conjures up images of successful and brilliant careers with unlimited possibilities. And then, to some, education is only a means to eke out a living. No doubt, it is a milestone by which a person's financial future is predicted and a country's economic growth and development measured and quantified. The general perception is, at the end of education, we would have the magic key that unlocks our dreams to money, name, fame, and social recognition.
If we listened closely to the whispers of our heart, they would urge us to explore an alternative route to a world with enriching experiences.
But we put these whisperings on mute as we relentlessly pursue happiness. In this respect, Gurukulas, the ancient education system in India, had paved the path for its students to access this world. Guru and students lived as one family in these residential schools that nestled on the lap of nature. In these spiritual incubators, students imbibed timeless human values and gained worldly as well as spiritual knowledge for a prescribed number of years. Different eras have experienced different challenges, but have also witnessed divine interventions that have helped humanity overcome them. In the present era, the need of the hour again is a divine intervention to recalibrate our journey in modern times. The year 1926, November 23rd, witnessed the advent of a phenomenon in the form of Sri Satya Sai Baba, who came to save humanity from stumbling and falling into an abyss.
Baba was born in a nondescript village called Puttaparthi in Andhra Pradesh in South India. He said that his advent had a mission: to transform and awaken humanity to recognize its true nature and unite the world as one family. If Baba's message was to love all, his mission was to serve all. His humble origins did not stop him from carrying out monumental tasks, be it education, health, or socio-care.
Moved by the plight of the villagers in his village who had to trek miles to have access to basic human needs, Baba set up free colleges, hospitals with advanced medical technologies, and implemented drinking water projects.
The first stamp of his love came in the form of a college for women in July 1968 at Anantapur, not too far from Puttaparthi. This same model of holistic education was replicated at Whitefield, Bangalore, where a college for men came up in 1969. And the next campus was established in Baba's hometown, Puttaparthi, for boys. These institutes of education were appended to the Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, a deemed university established in 1981.
As the American author Edith Wharton said, there are two ways of spreading light: to be the candle or be the mirror that reflects it. While the light was spreading from the candle in Puttaparthi, there was a mirror reflecting the light in a neighborhood state, Karnataka. That mirror was Madhyal Narayan Bhatt, affectionately called as Anna, who was a visionary, a patriot, social worker, and a spiritual seeker.
I was looking for a person who practices what he says. I was quite disillusioned with many people. I also wanted a person who would not sacrifice social service to pursue spiritual perfection. And he was a very beautiful synthesis and blend of both spirituality and patriotism. In a public function, he was giving a talk. Speaking about the country, he broke down in front of thousands of people. What he said and what I saw was straight from his heart. What he explained really impressed me. What he said is that by molding children, you can strengthen the moral fabric of society, without which all political reforms or economic philosophies will fail.
Anna nurtured an aspiration to set up free schools all over Karnataka that would impart value-based education. As a first step, Anna planted the seeds in Allike near Mangalore in Karnataka in 1961 and in Muddenahalli near Bangalore International Airport in 1973 on a bedrock of human values. Anna's prayers seeking Baba's guidance on the running of these schools for social welfare were answered with love and grace. In April 1973, When Baba visited Manipal in Karnataka, Anna requested him to name the campus at Muddenahalli. The name Satya Sai Grama was then given.
The saplings in Alike and Muddenahalli were just beginning to blossom when tragedy struck in 1977 with Anna's passing. Baba stepped in to take over the reins of these two schools. The year was 1978 and it gave birth to Shri Satya Sai Lok Seva Trust with Baba at the helm. Today, Satya Sai Grama Muddenahalli has more than 1,000 students, over 850 of them residing in the hostel. There are 2 schools and a junior college. The governing principle of all Shri Satya Sai educational institutions is values-based education, where worldly knowledge is intertwined with spiritual wisdom and human values. When these 2 systems of education are closely knit, it draws one closer to understand the term educare. Through the system of educare, human values that are latent in all of us are drawn out into the open to be translated into action.
First time I learnt about value-based education, not exactly the word educare, as my mentor, late Madhusudan, explained to me, and it captured my heart so much. Instantly I decided to dedicate my life for value-based education.
As the growth of Satya Sai schools and colleges were being scripted as chapters on books on value-based education, one page unfolded an event on April 24, 2011 in Puttaparthi. The form that endeared millions and showered love on an infinite number of men and women took to the formless. Hands that were visible when they reached to help millions may seem to have retracted, but in reality, they continue to guide many more hands.
Anna's aspirations to establish a school that imparted integrated education free of cost in each of the districts in the state are being fulfilled by the unseen hand of Baba and executed by a highly dedicated team of men and women.
Now, after Swami left the physical body, now being in this subtle form, he is focusing on starting education institutions in Karnataka first. But it will not stop there. It will go all over the country and even all over the world. That's what Baba has been saying. Then why choosing Karnataka first? Because Swami has already announced, he had announced even when he was in the physical frame, that the 3rd Sai Avatar will be in Karnataka. The first Sai Avatar, Shirdi Sai Baba in Maharashtra, the 2nd Satya Sai Baba in Andhra Pradesh, and 3rd Prem Sai in Karnataka. That is why Swami has chosen Karnataka for establishing this kind of educational institutions, one in each district for both boys and girls. In fact, he has said he is going to establish 30 of them in the 30 districts, 20 of them for boys and 10 of them for girls. He is preparing the mindset of the people of Karnataka for the advent of Prem Sai.
To further the cause of nation building, the alumni from Alike and Muddenahalli started the Shri Satya Sai Saraswati Education Trust, a unique social venture in October 2011, and the first campus, Shri Satya Sai Vidya Niketanam, was established at Gulbarga district in June 2012. The current educational projects under the Shri Satya Sai Saraswati Education Trust are Shri Satya Sai Vidya Niketanam, Boys, Gulbarga District; Shri Satya Sai Sharda Niketanam, Boys, Mandya District; Shri Satya Sai Divya Niketanam, Boys, Chikmagalur District; Shri Satya Sai Shri Niketanam, Girls, Chikmagalur District; Shri Satya Sai Prema Niketanam, Boys, Bijapur; Shri Satya Sai Ananda Niketanam, Boys, Bagalkot District, and Shri Satya Sai Prashanti Niketanam, Girls, Chikballapur. Over 4,500 students already study in these campuses, including 900 girls who are benefiting from an integral education system absolutely free of cost. A new campus for boys, Shri Satya Sai Satya Niketanam, will be inaugurated in June 2016 at Belur Taluk in Hassan, and pre-university campus for girls, Shri Satya Sai Prashanti Niketanam in Alike, will start from June 2016.
Saplings in these educational institutions are tended carefully to grow into mighty trees that cannot be swayed by the strongest of winds. And that requires dedication and sacrifice. Baba makes sure lessons are learned not just in classrooms.
The Satya Sai system of integral education aims at the holistic development of students, where equal emphasis is given to every aspect of a student's personality that leads to total human excellence. Baba says the 3H formula is a wonderful synthesis of the head, hands and heart, where education for the head, ability and perfection for the hands and body, and spiritual nourishment for the heart is imparted in an atmosphere of love and discipline.
It is inevitable, the world is filled with reversals, and if children are not taught how to cope with failure, how to cope with disappointments, then when life brings those disappointments to them, they are going to be total wrecks. That is where spiritual education becomes the great strength that holds us aloft, that is like a backbone that supports us, especially in those times when nothing in the external world may seem to go right, but at least there, if we've got that Adhyatma Vidya, we will be able to derive strength, courage and confidence from that and carry on. Most importantly, spiritual education is something that allows us to tune in to our own heart. It allows us to listen to the prompting of the heart and not just the mind. All secular education does is cater to the head, it simply fosters the mind, but it is spiritual education that opens up the heart.
Satya Sai institutions are a synthesis of the ancient and the modern. And that is why Baba spoke about synthesis of computer and culture. The ancient Gurukula system of education, it was a combination of spiritual values and material knowledge and skills. We are trying to replicate it in Satya Sai educational institutions.
Deep philosophical reasons are woven into the fabric of these educational institutions, where multi-hued threads are needed for a holistic development and character building of students. For example, being housed in a residential school environment, students morph into embodiments of love and harmony. They imbibe exemplary traits and life's lessons such as kinship, understanding and respect, dignity of labor, humility, self-reliance and self-restraint. Families who eat and pray together stay together is not a saying here, but a regular practice to better understand the concept of brotherhood of man and fatherhood of God.
Inculcation of spirituality and human values is not based on one particular religion. There are certain spiritual and moral values which are universally accepted by people all over the world, even if they are not religious. So these spiritual and moral values are the very nucleus of every religion. And that is why it is different. Now talking about Satya Sai schools, it is Bhagwan Baba who made the statement, there is only one religion, the religion of love. There is only one caste, the caste of humanity. There is only one language, language of the heart. There is only one God who is omnipotent. The walls and barriers have to be demolished. That can happen only when all children all over the world are raised and trained on this universal philosophy of unity of religions and harmony of religions. Therefore, I would say harmony of religions is one of the hallmarks of Satya Sai institutions.
Among several lessons learned, give more than you take is a valuable one learned from living amidst nature.
On the roadmap that Baba has shown, these schools may appear far removed from urban clutter, but are they at a disadvantage? A resounding no echoes through the rustic landscapes that lead to the gates of these schools in rural India.
Free integral education for all is the driving force to choose rural India as the backdrop of these schools and colleges. As Baba believes, no child should be left behind. Or to put it lightly, every sparrow should be counted.
In this area, education is a little backward, and also people are not educated, and financially also they are not so good. And so to say, you can say the civilization also is very much less, means 50 years behind what you see in Bangalore, Mysore, Chennai, etc. So that's why he want to bring it up. The beautiful campuses, what is coming up, it is an inspiration to all those who come this side. It is a great inspiration.
The scenario in rural pockets of the country provides the platform for students to practice simple living and high thinking by imbibing traits of self-restraint and sealing on desires.
Swami is teaching us as the most important aspect of our lives, that is self-restraint. This self-restraint doesn't mean that we should not pick up the things even though we are in need of that. He is teaching us that whatever we require in our lives, we should get them. We should not go behind our desires, but we should be just take care of our needs. So here the students have transformed themselves without any force, practicing this self-restraint.
Along with academic excellence, development of skills and talents are nurtured in a climate of teamwork, infused with love and discipline. Phobias are conquered as students radiate self-confidence.
Games and sports are part of the daily routine in these schools, where team spirit is valued higher than exertion of power and strength. Human values cannot be learned from lectures or textbooks.
Those who seek to impart values to students must first practice them themselves and set an example. As Baba says, the teacher has the greatest share in molding the future of a country, and their profession is the noblest, the most difficult, and the most important.
Here, our teachers live with us day in and day out, and they are available to us always. And they did not actually tell directly that you should be like this. Observing them, indirectly we learnt all the things, and I have become what I am today. It is because of our teachers.
These Tyagajivis, as Baba calls them, stay with the students on the campus and look after their progress and welfare. They have dedicated their lives to mold the character of each child who comes under their tutelage and to empower and transform them so they become ideal citizens of the country today and leaders of tomorrow.
Tyagajivi actually literally means a man of sacrifice or a woman of sacrifice. Anybody who sacrifices selfishness and self-interest is a Tyagajivi. Anybody who wants to serve the society is a Tyagajivi. Anybody who takes less and gives more to society is a Tyagajivi. I read a biography of Jesus Christ, where it is said, when Jesus was born, a sentence like this: Son of God was born to take nothing and give everything. So that is a Tyagajivi.
The Sri Satya Sai Center for Human Excellence was set up in 2014 to remind teachers of the nobility of their profession and awaken them to the monumentous task ahead. Aristotle rightly said, "Those who educate the children are more to be honored than they who produce them, for these only give them life, those the art of living well."
After 2011, when Swami left the body, and when he came to Muddenahalli in this settled form, and it was in 2013, suddenly he announced the Center for Human Excellence. This is the beginning, because it will not cater to the needs of all the people. In one center we cannot, because it's a massive work and we need a lot of people. These people will work within the framework of Satyasai organizations. They will not move out to the society. See, they will be our torchbearers.
If I have to remember, on the day of inauguration, Swami gave a call to these boys. Swami said, you need to be commanders. And our role as wardens, as directors, or as lecturers is just to meet these expectations of Bhagavan.
Swami Vivekananda, the great spiritualist and philosopher, said, "You have to grow from the inside out. None can teach you. None can make you spiritual. There is no other teacher but your own soul." In these institutions, the spiritual kinship shared by a student and a teacher is a great enabler for a student to understand the true nature of the soul.
Education is for transformation. By transforming the individuals, Swami wanted to transform the society. We want to bring out yogis and tyagis. These are the centers for individual transformation.
Within the small period of Swami's living his mortal coil in this settled form, already 9 institutions have come up, and hospital, all these things are coming up, and our students will become the torch bearers to the entire mankind.
So the education system has been highly instrumental in developing 4 different and important yet significant values in the lives of women. These 4 values happen to be, number 1, the CARE could be expanded as character upliftment, point number 2, awareness, point number 3, reliance, and point number 4, excellence.
The very thought of him endeavoring to create a movement to provide education free of cost should go down into human history as one of the greatest contributions ever to be made by anybody. So this is an immense act of nation building, this is an immense act of national service, this is an immense act of societal service. If you see the economy today also, it's moving away into the hinterlands of the country. Small startups are shaking the big behemoth corporates of the world. So these little children who are today considered rural/rustic might shake some of the big ideologies or tangible institutions that we have.
There is a very important reason and a very powerful philosophy behind this. When you purchase education, naturally when you grow up, you will be prone to selling education. Not only education, selling yourself for money. When you are getting free education, naturally get obligated to society. The soul of education is the education of the soul. Without that, no personality can be complete. Because ultimately what spirituality does to human personality is, it gives that human personality the willpower to control the mind and senses, which are very, very essential for a steady character.
The world today calls for the stewardship of men and women with sterling character who can steer societies on a path of righteousness.
With the confluence of divine grace, harmony of thought, word and deed of the youth, it would not be too long before the great marvels come out of inspirations and selfless aspirations.
No generation can perpetuate itself unless it has basic education to begin with and a value-based education thereafter, which bring forth these great values of duty, devotion, discipline. That is how a society or a nation will sustain itself. These few thousand children may think way better than beyond what we think. Who knows, the value they attach to this may be far more than what we did. Who knows, they may be the harbingers of a greater tomorrow than what we brought from yesterday to today. So that was the immense faith that Swami had, and I see that immense faith and hope that these institutions have.
The winds of change are set in motion to blow in a new age around the world where human values would prevail in all walks of life.
Now I understand what is this spirituality. Instead of reading it in books, if we apply it in our lives, it becomes more easy for us to understand it, and through it we can actually feel very comfortable to achieve anything in our lives.
If I stand in a whole group, the people will identify me as a Sai student. I am very happy and proud to say that I am a Sai student.
When I help others, I am happy. In many videos we can see that Swami has been serving many and has been many hospitals and for the poor. So I would also like to continue this and become a messenger of Swami.
So at the end of the day, what is that in Sai institution? We learn everything. Each and every student will become an all-rounder.
We will not get any moral education like this in anywhere.
I want to bring a smile on each and every face of Swami student, and through them on the face of whole humanity.
That we could be so close, like brothers. The future's in the air, can feel it.
We hope that the short film that was just screened gave you a glimpse of the projects under Vidya, the first of the 4 pillars of Sri Sathya Sai Baba's mission, the other 3 being Vaidya, Vidyut and Vari, namely healthcare, renewable energy and drinking water. Before we listen to our guest of honor, may I now request all the dignitaries seated on the stage to kindly rise and hold up the white paper that was given to them for a photo opportunity.
We will now have the opportunity to listen to our guest of honor, Shri Nirmalanandanatha Swamiji. Swamiji heads the Adi Chunchanagiri Mahasamsthana as its 72nd pontiff at a very young age. Before Swamiji took to an ascetic life in 1998, he pursued his M.Tech in structural engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology, Chennai. After his education, he underwent extensive training in traditional knowledge systems. He mastered the Sanskrit language and has also learned Advaita school of philosophy propounded by Adi Guru Sri Shankaracharya. Right from his childhood, Swamiji, unlike other youngsters, had an inclination towards spiritual and service activities rather than materialistic happenings. This attracted him to volunteer teaching at the blind school in a village in Ramnagar district and involve himself in many such service activities. Swamiji is immensely influenced by the preaching of Swami Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and teachings of Swami Vivekananda. He, in addition to advocating the Jnana and Karma path of his Guru, Sri Dr. Balagangadharanatha Mahaswamiji, fervently believes in integral development through adherence to Raja Yoga, the path advocated by Swami Vivekananda. In pursuance of the same, Swami Nirmalanandanatha Swamiji has convened the Foundation for Unity of Religious and Enlightened Citizens, FUREC, and is actively involved in conducting Indian spiritual movement activities. Shri Nirmalanandanatha Swamiji.
Harihi Om Tat Sat. Ananta samsara samudratara naukahitabhyam guru bhaktidabhyam vairagya samrajada pujanabhyam Namo Namah Shri Guru Padukabhyam. Namo Namah Shri Guru Padukabhyam. Shri Vidyam Jagatam Dhatrim Sargasthitilayeshwarim Namami Lalitam Nityam Mahatripura Sundari. ಸತ್ಯಸಾಯಿ ಸೇವಾ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟಿನ ವತಿಯಿಂದ 2016ರ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಯೂತ್ ಮೀಟ್ ಈ ಒಂದು ಪವಿತ್ರ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಯುವ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಪವಿತ್ರ ಗಳಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಆರಾಧ್ಯ ದೈವ ಯುಗಯೋಗಿ ಪದ್ಮಭೂಷಣ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಬಾಲಗಂಗಾಧರನಾಥ್ ಮಹಾಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ದಿವ್ಯ ಚೇತನಕ್ಕೆ ಮನಸ ನಮಿಸಿ my divine salutations to the divine soul of His Holiness Shri Baba, and my special greetings to the divine representatives who are present here to continue the legacy of Pujya Shri Baba and Pujya Shri Swamiji, the President of Ramakrishna Ashram from Mysore, and all the divine dignitaries who are present on this August dais. Dear students, we have come from different institutions from nook and corner of our country. Holy Mothers, dear guests, indeed, it's a great privilege for me to be here, in particular to see the young minds who are real assets of our country. I don't think it is necessary for me to speak in length, that too after watching the short film few minutes ago. Pujya Baba has done everything to the society with respect to karma and jnana, following which society is going to be reformed in all respect. In spite of that, understanding my responsibility and coming over you, I must speak few words. It is said, Sharira Madhyam Kalu Dharma Sadhanam. We got this human birth not to enjoy. It is not for bhoga, rather it is for yoga. If we make use of this physical body to attain the liberation, without rendering the selfless service, certainly it is not possible to get an emancipation. That's the reasons all the seers and the saints have shown the path of service, the selfless service, before going for the self-realization and ultimate emancipation to understand the supreme reality. As a result, you can see now, so many service activities are being taken place across the country, across the globe, in the name of Pujya Baba. Today's conference, National Youth Meet, our young children have come from different parts of country to understand what exactly the spirituality and what is the necessity of having the spirituality in their life. When we have released this, statement is made in the book, which is said by Isaac Asimov, a great modern thinker, Already it is read out, still I would like to read it out again. The saddest aspect of life right now is that science gathers knowledge faster than society gathers wisdom. Around the same meaning, Albert Einstein has made the same statement. The greatest tragedy of the life and the day is that human being successfully succeed in splitting an atom before acquiring the wisdom of uniting the human hearts. We have been teaching the modern knowledge to our students and the children. As one of the students during the short film has mentioned, having known everything in the world, if you do not know what we are, what is the use of that? The basic purpose of education is to understand that who we are. That's why shortest definition which is given by our ancestors is that Savidya ya vimuktaye. Education is that by which we are going to get a salvation. Education is that which gives the salvation and the liberation from oppression, from ignorance, from bondage, and so on and so forth. When we reflect upon the kind of education which we have been inculcating and pursuing, are we true in line with that? We doubt. We have been learning everything, knowing not what we are, what is the inside. That's why Albert Einstein has mentioned quite rightly, our modern science can denature the plutonium, but it cannot change the wickedness of the human heart. If our inside and our heart is not changed, what is the use of acquiring the modern knowledge? Rightly Swami Vivekananda has mentioned, problems are several in the society, in one's own life, but solution is only one. In modern education domain, to solve each and every problem, we have to apply hundreds of formulas. For each problem, there is a individual formula. When it comes to the life, he says, though problems are several, solution is only one. What is the solution? He says, it is to make each and every person to understand the divinity. Where is that divinity? The divinity is there well within inside. Our effort should to make our individual student to understand his own self. Panchakoshadi yogena tattanmaya yuvastita. When we question ourselves, why we are not understanding or why our modern knowledge has not been letting us to understand what we are and who we are. Every soul is encircled with 5 koshas, as is known to everybody. Annamaya kosha, Pranamaya kosha, Manomaya kosha, Vijnanamaya kosha, and Anandamaya kosha. Mental seat, physical seat, vital seat, mental seat, the seat of intelligence, the seat of blissfulness. Unless and otherwise, these many seats are cleansed. If our inner self is not cleansed, our reality cannot be realized. All education's effort is to make individual student is to understand this. Adi Shankara says, Prakasho arkasya toyasya shaityam agner yatoshnata swabhavaha sat chit nitya nirmalata atmanaha. The way how shining is the default character of the sun, coolness is of the water, and the warmth is of the fire. In similar way, when we question ourselves, we should be in a condition to realize and to understand that I am Swabhavaha Sat Chit Nitya Nirmalata Atmaha. If we have to make our students to understand this, the kind of education which we have been imparting should be changed, or the modern education should be integrated in spiritual way. If we can able to imbibe our spiritual education along with the modern education, such a student is going to be a real asset to the society as well as he is going to get a liberation. You know, Siddhartha, as the prince, he was bestowed with all the modern knowledge. Still, he was not happy with the kind of knowledge which was bestowed upon him. One night, he relinquished the palace and he went out in search of real knowledge. ultimately got that knowledge. Afterwards, he felt very happy. Not only he feels happy, he went on providing, he went on distributing and sharing that divine knowledge to everybody, because of which even today he is being remembered. Such kind of knowledge should be inculcated into the personality of our students. Unless and otherwise one develops the faith and trust upon the culture and the spirituality, how one can expect that such a student or an institution is going to introduce such? Mark Twain has mentioned, after studying in detail the history of all the countries, he says, India is the cradle of the human civilization, because in India spirituality is there. He says, India is the cradle of human civilization. India is the birthplace of human speeches. India is the mother of arts, science, yoga, medicine, whatnot, everything. India is the grandmother of tradition, great-grandmother of the legacy. Our students should know the history and the legacy of our country. Our seers and ancestors have left behind such a great treasure. Along with this modern science, if spirituality can be introduced into their personalities, they are going to become real asset and they are going to understand what actually they are. If that is to happen, today modern science and the principles should be understood through our ancient wisdom and the principles. If that is to happen, we have to correlate the principles of the modernity along with the principles of our spirituality of ancient time. Albert Einstein says, the greatest, from the depth of nature itself manifests through beautiful mathematical formulas, biological creation, and wonderful physical laws, which conveys its hidden symmetry. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Mayadhyakshena prakrutihi suyate sacharacharam hetunanena kaunteya jagat viparivartate. One who is going to appreciate the modern principles and the formula of the modern scientists, we should make them to understand even our ancient seers also have put forth similar kind of thing which is being reflected through scientific formulas and scientific statements. If these many things are known to our children, naturally they are going to establish their faith and the trust upon our spirituality and they are going to practice. Lastly, Dr. Kalam used to tell, ultimate aim, at least at the societal level, is to establish the peace in the society, because of which he used to give a statement. If there is a righteousness in the heart of a person, there will be a beauty in the character in such kind of personality. Where there is a beauty in the character, there will be a harmony in the home where such a person resides. Where there is harmony, there will be order in the society. If there is a order in the society, naturally, by default, peace is going to be bestowed. If peace is to be there in the society, in one's own life, basic substratum thing is the righteousness, understanding the spirituality. If that happens, peace will be there both within and without. If one can see that peace, if one is going to get liberation, if one is going to get wisdom, such a person will be entitled to give peace even in the external society. Pujya Sat Sai Babaji used to give this kind of education, both service as well as the jnana to the society. He did it even after his physical frame being in the subtle form. He has been invoking, he has been giving the direction to the society to go in that way. Going in that way, certainly the person is going to give all the best to the society. At this point of time, ahead of so many speakers, I wish all the best to this convention. Students, those who are here, though you people have been learning modern science, the mathematics and the computer, if you can be able to introduce the spirituality into your life, certainly you are going to become sublime. Science is not different from the spirituality. As Max Planck has mentioned, the first girl from the glass of science will turn you into an atheist, But if you persistently dive in deep into the existence, the God is going to be there in waiting for you. If you can be able to dive in deep into the natural science in deep, God will be there. Until that, we have to strive, we have to struggle. I wish Kal Bhairav, Pujya Guruji and Baba to bestow all the best benedictions and the blessings upon you all. Jai Shri Gurudev. I have a request. The kind of relationship what we did have means the relationship between Adi Chinchini Mahasansthan Math and Bhagwan Baba. Seldomly Baba used to attend the public programs, you know it. 50th birthday was conducted of my Pujya Guruji's 50th birthday was at Bangalore. Pujya Baba had come to bless the gathering way back in 1996. There was a divine love which was pervading between my Pujya Guru Sri Bal Gangadharnath Mahaswamiji and Pujya Baba. Once we had been to Puttaparthi along with Pujya Guru Sri Bal Gangadharnath Mahaswamiji, my Guru. We can see the divine relationship between those two elevated souls. My Pujya Guru Sri Bal Gangadharnath Mahaswamiji, as is requested by Baba himself to say, coming from such a rural area, he realized himself in the childhood, human birth is there to render service to the society. If you would like to get a emancipation, the liberation and the mukti, without rendering the selfless service, it's not possible. Pujya Guruji used to tell, Pujya Guru Sri Bal Gangadhar Mahaswamiji used to tell, one who renders the selfless service to the society, in him, his inner personality is going to be cleansed absolutely. If your antahkarana, inner self, is like a mirror, how the dust-covered mirror is not going to reflect the image, in similar way, if our inner self is tainted with the ignorance, such a person cannot realize the ultimate, supreme reality. My Pujya Guruji used to tell, if your inner self to be cleansed, do the service selflessly, expecting not anything. Having this as his life mission, he went on establishing the institutions as is mentioned already. Pujya Guru Sri Bal Gangadhar Mahaswamiji established more than 475 education institutions, though it is not necessary for me to mention over here, it is a request to mention. 475 education institutions across the country, out of which 85% such education institutions are established in rural area, because to balance both rural and urban. In all such institutions, spirituality is imbibed how Pujya Baba has been doing. Pujya Guru Sri Bal Gangadhar Mahaswamiji, after having given so much to the society, like Baba, he too has relinquished his physical abode. Still we have been feeling how thousands and millions of devotees of Baba have been trusting, establishing the faith upon him, that Baba has been living in midst of us. In similar way, Pujya Guru Sri Bal Gangadhar Mahaswamiji is also living in midst of us, guiding all of us. When we say Baba has been living or Pujya Guru Sri Bal Gangadhar Mahaswamiji has been living in midst of us, so many rational minds would question it. Albert Einstein says, there are two kinds of mind, a rational mind and intuitive mind. Intuitive mind is something like a sacred gift to society, and rational mind is like an humble servant. Unfortunately, we have created such a society where rational mind, that is humble servant is being respected, and sacred gift, that is intuitive mind, is being neglected. If we can believe matter can be converted into an energy, why can't energy in subtle form which is there be manifested in the matter form? Certainly it is possible. Though physically they are not present, in subtle form they are present. As I have mentioned, Panchakoshadi Yogena Tattanmaya Yuvastita I have mentioned. If you would like to be pursued, there should be a form. As long as there are these many seeds are present so long, our sensory organs will conceive. Doesn't mean that beyond, energy doesn't exist. Even after the death, if physical body can be there, why we are not going to adore? What actually we used to worship? It is the soul, the energy in subtle form, which was there. As long as it was there in the physical form, there used to be a value for this physical body. Doesn't mean in the absence of physical body, energy doesn't exist. It is there. We believe, we have a faith. Baba lives, Pujya Guru Sri Bal Gangadhar Swamiji lives, and we too, after realization, can elevate to that extent. All this effort is to make us understand who we are. With these words, I wish I have got a permission to conclude my words. Jai Shri Gurudev.
ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
Thank you, Swamiji. It was very enlightening to listening to you. Thank you for drawing from the scriptures and explaining to us the main goals of education, that it should truly liberate us from bondage, desire and ego, and that the process should lead to the cleansing of the 5 sheaths. Bless us all that we are able to realize the purpose of our lives and tread back to our master, because that's where we came from. May I now request Shri B.N. Narsimurthy to please offer our collective gratitude and present Swamiji with the plaque. On behalf of all of us, I now pray to Bhagwan to grant us his message.
Om Shri Sai Ram. As we pray to Bhagavan to grant a divine message on this very auspicious morning, I perceive him seated in the throne in an ochre robe, and I repeat as he speaks. తరచు చదువు చదవ తర్కవాదమే కానీ పూర్ణ జ్ఞానము ఎప్పుడు పొందలేదు.
By studying only material education, which can help us to achieve only temporary goals, we will never attain complete wisdom.
చదువులన్నీ చదివి చావంగ నేటికి చావులేని చదువు చదవవలయు.
What is the use of studying all kinds of education that lead us only to death? We have to study that education which leads us to immortality.
ప్రేమ స్వరూపులైన విద్యార్థులారా, భక్తులారా, సభగణ్యులారా,
Embodiments of divine love, students, boys and girls, devotees and dignitaries who are adorning the stage.
ఏకం సత్ విప్రా బహుధా వదంతి.
There is only one truth. It is spoken of in different ways by different men and women of wisdom.
ఈ 3 రోజుల్లో ఎన్నో మహనీయుల చేత ఈ సత్యాన్ని మనము చక్కగా గుర్తించగలిగాము.
In the last 3 days, we have listened to many great and noble men and have recognized many truths of life.
సత్యం అనగా ఈ క్షణంలో జరుగుతున్న ఈ యొక్క సభయందు జరుపున కార్యక్రమాలు మాత్రమే కావు.
Ultimate truth does not mean only the happenings and proceedings and the programs that are happening and which we are able to perceive.
దేశకాల పరిస్థితి నిమిత్తమై దేంట్లో ఎట్టి మార్పులు రావో అదే సత్యము.
Truth is that it will never change with change of place, time and circumstances.
నిత్య శుద్ధ బుద్ధ ముక్త నిర్మల స్వరూపమైనదే ఈ సత్యతత్వము.
The principle of truth is that which is ever pure, ever blissful, ever awareness.
ఈ విద్యలన్నీ కూడా ఈ సత్య అన్వేషణ నిమిత్తమై మనము నేర్చుకోవాలి.
All subjects and education should be studied in order to know the truth.
విద్య ఈ రెండు కలిపితే విద్య అనే పదము ఉంటున్నది.
The word vidya has 2 syllables or 2 letters, vi and dhya.
విత్ అనగా తెలుసుకోవటము, యా అనగా అది.
With means to know, ya means that.
దాన్ని తెలుసుకోవటమే నిజమైన విద్య.
True education is to know that.
ఏమిటి అది అని ప్రశ్నించినప్పుడు
when you ask the question, what is that?
అదే ఈ సత్యతత్వము.
That is the principle of truth.
ఏది ఏ నాటి దినము కూడా విచలించదు, కదలదు, కానీ నిశ్చలముగా శాశ్వతముగా నిత్యముగా ఉంటున్నదో అదే సత్యము. దాన్నే తెలుసుకోవటమే విద్య ఒక గమ్యము.
The ultimate goal of education and vidya is to know that truth which is eternal, which is permanent, which is steady and which is changeless.
దేహంలో కొన్ని మార్పులు కాలక్రమేణా జరుగుతూ ఉంటాయి.
In the body, as time passes, there are going to be many changes.
మనసులో కూడా పరిస్థితి ప్రకారేణ మార్పులు జరుగుతుంటాయి.
Even in the mind, due to the impact of the circumstances, there are going to be changes.
కానీ ఇవన్నీ కూడా మారుతున్నాయి కాబట్టి ఇవి సత్యమని అనడానికి వీల్లేదు.
All these things, body and mind, are ever changing, therefore they cannot be the truth.
ఈ బాడీ మైండ్ గురించి చదవడం కూడా సత్యమైన నిత్యమైన విద్య కాదు.
That we study through this body mind complex cannot be eternal, cannot be the truth.
కానీ అందరి యందుండే ఈ ఆత్మతత్వం ఒకటే సత్యము నిత్యము.
There is only one Atma, the Atmic principle, which is eternal and permanent.
ఏకాత్మ సర్వభూతాంతరాత్మ.
There is only one Atma which pervades every creature.
ఈ సత్యాన్ని తెలుసుకోవటము విద్య ఒక అంగము, విద్య ఒక గమ్యము.
To know this eternal truth is the ultimate goal of education and a important part of education.
చదువులన్నీ చదివి చావంగనేటికి చావులేని చదువు చదవవలయు.
What is the use of dying after having learnt all education? We need to learn that education which makes us immortal.
మన విద్య సంస్థలందు లౌకిక విద్యతో బాటుగా ఆధ్యాత్మిక విద్యను కూడా నేర్పించే నిమిత్తమై అన్నీ మనం చేస్తున్నాము.
We have been putting all efforts in our institutions in order to teach spiritual education along with material education.
ఈ ప్రపంచం యందు ఉండిన వరకు ఈ ప్రపంచంలో తగినట్టు కావలసిన విద్యలన్నీ కూడా నేర్చుకోవాలా, తప్పు లేదు.
There is nothing wrong in learning material education because we are a part of the material world and we have to continue to live in this material world.
కానీ ఈ లౌకికమైన ప్రపంచమే సత్యం అనుకొని ఇంత మాత్రమే నేర్చుకోవటము అవిద్యయే గాని విద్య కాదు.
But to learn only material education, thinking that that is the ultimate truth, it cannot be called true vidya. It is avidya or ignorance.
ఏది మనకు కంటి ద్వారా కనబడుతున్నదో అది మాత్రమే మనం సత్యం అనుకుంటున్నాము.
We think what we can perceive with our eyes is the truth.
ఏది మనము చెవుల ద్వారా వినగలుగుతున్నామో అది మాత్రమే నిత్యమని మనం అనుకుంటున్నాము.
What we can listen through our ears, we think that is the permanent truth.
ఏది మనము ఈ దేహేంద్రియముల ద్వారా అనుభవించగలుగుతున్నామో అది మాత్రమే శాశ్వతం అని అనుకుంటున్నాము.
We think what we can recognize and perceive through our body and senses, that is the ultimate truth.
కాదు కాదు.
Not at all.
ఈ యొక్క లైట్ లోపల కూడా ఎన్నో విధమైన ఒక ఫ్రీక్వెన్సీస్ అనగా తరంగములు ఉంటుంటాయి.
Even in light, there are many light waves of many frequencies.
కానీ మనకు కంటి ద్వారా కనపడేది ఒక దృశ్యమైన ఒక లైట్ అనగా విజిబుల్ లైట్ మాత్రమే కానీ వేరేది కాదు.
But what we can see of the total light is only in a particular frequency of visible light.
ఎంత ఈ కన్ను అనేటి ఒక ఉపకరణము సాధ్యము అంతవరకే మనము చూడగలుగుతున్నాము కానీ దాని కింద పైనది మనము చూడలేకపోతున్నాము.
Through our physical eyes, which are our instruments of vision, we will be able to see only that light of a particular frequency, not below that, not above that.
చెవుల ద్వారా కూడా ఎంతవరకు ఈ ధ్వని తరంగములు ఈ చెవు అనేటి ఉపకరణముకు వినటము సాధ్యము అంత మాత్రమే వినగలుగుతున్నాము.
Even through the ears, which are our instruments for listening, we can only listen a particular wavelength, frequency of sounds, not below, not above.
కానీ దాని కింద దానికి పైన లేదని చెప్పడానికి వీలు లేదు.
There is no way we can refuse that there will be other kinds of sound waves which exist below what we can perceive and also above what we can listen.
సైంటిస్ట్ వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా వైజ్ఞానిక ఉపకరణముల ద్వారా దాని కింద దానికి పైన కూడా ఎన్నో విధమైన తరంగములు ఎన్నో విధాల ఒక ఫ్రీక్వెన్సీస్ అనేటివి ఉంటున్నాయని ప్రమాణించారు.
Even scientists through many instruments bear testimony to the fact there are light waves and sound waves which are beyond our comprehension.
అందుకనే ఈ దేహేంద్రియముల ద్వారా ఎంతవరకు సాధ్యము అంతవరకు తెలుసుకోవటమే సత్యం అనుకోవటము చాలా పొరపాటు.
It's a big mistake on our part to think that what we can learn through this body mind complex is all the truth.
దానికన్నా మించినవి ఎన్నో ఉన్నాయి.
There are many things which are beyond what we can understand through our body mind.
ఏది కలదని చుంటిమో అది లేదు.
In fact, what we think exists does not exist.
ఏది లేదని చుంటిమో అది కలదు.
What we think does not exist really exists.
ఉన్నదాతడి దైవంబు ఎన్నటికిని లేనదయ్యేను విశ్వంబు కానరయ్యా.
There is only one thing that is existing, that is God. In fact, this world does not exist at all.
ఇప్పుడు స్వామీజీ మనకు అద్దము గురించి ఒక ఉదాహరణ చెప్పారు.
Just now we heard a beautiful example from the Swamiji so that we can understand.
ఈ అద్దము యందు మన ఒక ప్రతిబింబాన్ని మనము చూడవచ్చు.
In a mirror we can look at our reflection.
కానీ మిర్రర్ పైన ఏ మాత్రం కూడా ఒక వికృతి ఉండినప్పుడు లేకపోతే ధూళి ఉండిన వల్ల మనకు ఈ ప్రతిబింబం కనబడదు.
But when the mirror is covered with dust or a piece of cloth, you will never be able to see your reflection.
ఇవన్నీ ఉన్న కూడా మనం ఎందుకు చూడలేకపోతున్నామంటే మన నందుండే మల విక్షేప ఆవరణ అనేటి మూడు విధమైన వికృతుల వల్ల ఇది మనకు అందటం లేదు.
Why are we not able to recognize and perceive the truth? That is because our vision is covered by three frailties, three shortcomings, mala, vikshepa and avarana.
ఒక మిర్రర్ యందు కూడా మనం ప్రతిబింబం చూడాలంటే మూడు విధములైనవి మనకు కావాలా.
Even if you want to look at your reflection in a mirror, there should be three facilities.
ఒకటి మలం అనగా దానిపైన ఏ మాత్రం కూడా డస్ట్ అనేటువంటిది ఉండకూడదు.
The first thing is mala, there should not be any dust on the mirror.
రెండవది విక్షేప, లైట్ వేసి ఉండాలా. ఆ లైట్ ఒక రిఫ్లెక్షన్లో మాత్రమే మన ప్రతిబింబాన్ని చూడగలుగుతాము కానీ అంధకారంలో ఇది సాధ్యము కాదు.
The second is vikshepa, There should be a light which dispels darkness around you and around the mirror. Only then you will be able to recognize
అంధకారములో ఒక తాడుని పాముగా అనుకొని భయపడతావు.
In darkness we mistake a rope for a serpent and get frightened.
ఆ విధముగానే ఒక అద్దం ముందర నిలిచిన లైట్ వేయకపోతే నీ ముఖాన్ని నువ్వు చూడడానికి వీలు లేదు.
Therefore you may have a mirror in front of you. If there is no light, you will not be able to see your reflection.
మూడవది ఆవరణ. ఆ మిర్రర్ పైన ఏ విధమైన ఒక ఆవరణము అనగా ఒక కర్టన్ లాంటిది వేసి ఉంటే చూడడానికి సాధ్యము కాదు.
The third is avarna. What it means is the mirror should not be covered by a piece of cloth.
ఈ విధంగా క్లాత్ ని తీసివేయి,
Remove the cloth,
లైట్ వేయి,
put on the light.
డస్ట్ అన్ని కూడా నువ్వు తీసి పడేసినప్పుడే నీ యొక్క ప్రతిబింబాన్ని నువ్వు చక్కగా దర్శించవచ్చు.
Wipe out the dust and then you will be able to see your reflection properly.
ఈ మూడు విధమైన వికృతులు కూడా మన అందరిలో చేరి ఉన్నాయి.
These three kinds of frailties are there within every one of
మన
us.
అంతఃకరణమే ఈ యొక్క అందమైన అద్దము.
The true mirror, the beautiful mirror is our inner senses, that is antahkarana.
కానీ దానిపైన దేహము, మనస్సు, బుద్ధి అనేటువంటి మూడు కూడా ఆవరణము, మల విక్షేపంగా చేరి ఉండిన వల్ల మనకు మన ప్రతిబింబం కనపడటం లేదు.
But this inner senses or the antahkarana is covered by the body, mind and the intellect. Therefore we are not able to see the ultimate truth within ourselves.
దేహ భావమే ఒక విధమైన ఆవరణము.
Body consciousness is a kind of cover.
ఈ దేహ భావం ఉండిన వరకు దైవ భావాన్ని మనం పెంచరాదు.
As long as we have body consciousness, we cannot enjoy divine consciousness.
ఈ కర్చీఫ్ నాది కానీ నేను కర్చీఫ్ కాదు.
This kerchief belongs to me, but I am not
ఈ
kerchief.
పెన్ నాది కానీ నేను పెన్ కాదు.
The pen is mine, I am not the pen.
ఆ విధముగానే ఈ కారు కూడా నాది కానీ నేను కారు మాత్రము కాదు.
The car is mine, I am not the car.
ఆ విధముగానే ఈ దేహము కూడా నాది కానీ నేను దేహం మాత్రమే కాదు.
Similarly, this body is mine, I am not the body.
దేహ భావం మనం పోగొట్టుకున్నప్పుడే ఈ ఆవరణం అనేటువంటిది ఆ అద్దం పై నుంచి పోతుంది.
When we can rise above body consciousness, we are removing the cover that covers the mirror.
కానీ అంత మాత్రమే సరిపోదు.
That is not enough.
ఈ అజ్ఞానమైన అంధకారాన్ని మనము తొలగించి ప్రజ్ఞానమైన విద్యుత్ కాంతితో మన ప్రతిబింబాన్ని మనం చూడాలి.
We have to dispel the darkness of ignorance with the light of wisdom.
ఏ మనసు ప్రపంచం పైన ఉంటున్నదో అది ఎప్పుడు కూడా అంధకారంలో, అజ్ఞానంలోనే ఉంటున్నది.
The mind that focuses only on the world is always full of ignorance and darkness.
మనోమూలం ఇదం జగత్.
This world depends on our mind.
మన ఏవ మనుష్యాణం కారణం బంధ మోక్షయోః.
The mind which is responsible for our liberation
ఏ
and
మైండ్
also bondage.
స్వార్థం, స్వప్రయోజనం మాత్రమే చేరి ఉన్నదో అది అంధకారంతో కూడిన ఒక మనసు.
A mind that is filled with selfishness and self-interest is full of darkness of ignorance.
కానీ ఆ మైండ్ని మనము ప్రజ్ఞానం అనేది ఒక కాంతితో నింపినప్పుడే మనకు మన ప్రతిబింబము కనపడుతుంది.
When you fill the mind with the light of wisdom, the darkness of ignorance will go away and you will be able to see your reflection.
ఈ ప్రజ్ఞానం బ్రహ్మ.
That is why it is said, this ultimate wisdom awareness is God.
ఈ మనసుని మనం ప్రపంచం పై నుంచి తీసి దైవ ధ్యానంలో పెట్టినప్పుడే ఈ యొక్క ప్రజ్ఞానంతో ఇది నిండిపోతుంది.
When you draw the mind away from vision, seeing only the world, and focus on the inner divinity, the darkness of ignorance can be got rid of.
మనసును పవిత్రంగా చేసుకున్నప్పుడే, దైవ భావముతో నింపునప్పుడే ఇది ఒక ప్రజ్ఞానంతో కూడిపోయి నీ యొక్క ప్రతిబింబాన్ని నీకు తెలుపుతుంది.
Only when you purify your mind and fill it with the ultimate wisdom, you will be able to see your reflection in the mirror.
నిన్నటి రోజు అందరూ కూడా చెప్పారు ఈ మైండ్ని మనం ఏ విధంగా జయించాలా.
Yesterday a question was asked, how can we conquer the mind?
చాలా కష్టము.
It's very difficult.
కానీ అసాధ్యము కాదు.
But not impossible.
పవిత్రంగా చేసుకున్నప్పుడే ఆ మైండ్ నిశ్చలంగా అయిపోతుంది, సాత్వికంగా అయిపోతుంది. అప్పుడే మన అధీనము ఈ మైండ్ వస్తుంది.
Only when we purify the mind will become steady and firm.
ఈ సత్సంగం ద్వారా ఈ మన ఒక వికారములు మనము తొలగించి దాని నుండి ఒక దివ్యత్వాన్ని మనము పెంచుకోవచ్చు.
By getting into good company, we can get rid of the perversions of the mind and rise to know the truth.
మల అనగా మన యందు ఉండే అన్ని ఒక స్వార్థమే స్వార్థమే స్వార్థమే.
Mala means all kinds of selfishness that fill us up.
నేను నాది అనేటువంటి ఒక సంకీర్ణమైన బుద్ధి వల్ల ఈ ఆవరణము ఈ మనసును పరిశుద్ధం చేసిన తర్వాత కూడా ఇంతో అంతో స్వార్థం ఉండినప్పుడు మనం ఏమాత్రం కూడా మన సత్యాన్ని దర్శించలేము.
Even after we clean up the mind, purify the mind, if it is covered by the narrow feeling of I and mine, you will never be able to see the reflection in the mirror.
ఏ మాత్రం కూడా స్వార్థం ఉండిన వరకు ఈ ఆత్మతత్వాన్ని గుర్తించటం సాధ్యమే కాదు.
As long as we have a trace of selfishness, we will never be able to recognize the Atma.
స్వార్థము నుంచి పరార్థము, పరార్థం నుంచి పరమార్థం దాకా మనము పోవాలా.
We have to rise from selfishness to selflessness and from selflessness to the divine principle.
దాన్నే నేను ఐ నుంచి వి నుంచి హీ అనగా నేను నుంచి మనము, మనం నుంచి అతడు అని పోవాలా.
Same thing I denote it by saying we have to move from I to we and we to he.
ఈ విధంగా మనము విశాలంగా మనం హృదయం చేసుకున్నప్పుడు, మనసంతా కూడా పెద్దగా చేసుకున్నప్పుడే ఈ వసుదైవ కుటుంబం అనేటువంటి అర్థం చేసుకొని అందరిలో ఉండే దివ్యత్వాన్ని మనము తెలుసుకోవచ్చు.
When we broaden our mind, we will be able to recognize that the whole world is one family and recognize divinity in everyone.
వీరు మనవాళ్ళు, వాళ్ళు మనవాళ్ళు కాదు అనేటువంటి అంత లఘు చేతసాం.
It is only narrow-minded people who think that this person belongs to me, other person does not belong to me.
వసుదైవ కుటుంబకం.
For broad-minded people, the whole world is one family.
ఎందుకంటే ఏకాత్మ సర్వభూతాంతరాత్మ.
Because it is one Atma which pervades every creature.
మమైవాంశో జీవలోకే జీవభూత సనాతనః.
And every aspect, important parcel of mind pervades every creature in the universe.
ఒక అద్దెముతో నిండిన రూమ్ లోపల కుక్క పోయినప్పుడు ఆ కుక్క ఎన్నో కుక్కలు చూసి భయపడి అరుస్తుందే గాని ఆనందించదు.
When a dog enters a house or a room full of mirrors, it goes inside and sees many dogs and starts barking.
ఆ డాగ్ నేను వేరే అనుకున్నప్పుడే ఈ ఒక భయం బయలుదేరి తన భయం వల్ల అరుస్తూ పోతుంది.
As long as the dog thinks that the reflection, its own reflection is another dog, it is angry and it is barking.
కానీ ఒక మానవుడు ఆ రూమ్ లో పోయినప్పటికీ తన ఒక ప్రతిబింబాన్ని చూసి ఎంతో ఆనందిస్తాడు.
But if a man enters that room full of mirrors, he sees everywhere his own reflection.
ఈ కుక్క అవన్నీ కూడా వేరే కుక్కలుగా భావించినప్పుడు ఈ విధంగా ఒక భయంకు గురి అయిపోతున్నది.
A dog which sees many dogs around it in their mirrors, it is frightened.
కానీ మానవుడు ఆ మిర్రర్ లోపలే తన ఒక రిఫ్లెక్షన్ ని చూసి ఎంతో ఆనందిస్తాడు.
But a human being, when he enters the same room, will be very happy to see many reflections.
అనేటిదే అజ్ఞానము.
DOG is ignorance.
దాని విపరీతంగా చూస్తే GOD అదే ప్రజ్ఞానము.
If you reverse, GOD is ultimate wisdom.
DOG నుంచి GODకి పోవటమే పశుత్వం నుంచి మానత్వము, మానత్వం నుంచి దైవత్వానికి పోవటమే ఈ విద్య ఒక గమ్యము.
Traversing from dog to God through humanness, that is the ultimate purpose of all education.
తమస్సు నుంచి రజస్సు నుంచి సత్వంపు మనం పొందడమే ఈ విద్య ఒక అంతము.
The ultimate goal of education is to rise from tamasic quality to rajasic quality and then finally to sattvic quality.
నేను నాది అనేది కూడా పశుత్వమే కానీ మానవత్వం కాదు.
The feeling of I and mine is full of animality and beastliness.
మనము మనది అనేటిదే మానవత్వము.
To feel that everything belongs to us, ours.
కానీ అంత ఆయనదే, అతనే సర్వం అనుకోవటమే దివ్యత్వము.
And divinity is to know that everything belongs to God ultimately.
కాబట్టి ఈ విద్యలన్నీ కూడా ఈ ప్రాపంచికమైన లౌకికమైనవి కూడా ప్రామాణికంగా నేర్చుకోవటము మంచిదే, తప్పు కాదు.
It is not wrong to learn all material education, definitely it is required.
కానీ అది మాత్రమే సత్యం, దానికన్నా వేరే సత్యం లేదనుకోవటము పెద్ద అజ్ఞానం.
But to think that there is no wisdom, no knowledge higher than material education is absolutely wrong.
అజ్ఞానం నుంచి ఈ యొక్క సైన్స్, భౌతిక శాస్త్రం వల్ల మనము విజ్ఞానం దొరక చేరుతున్నాము.
From ajnana, ignorance, first we know vijnana through science.
కానీ విజ్ఞానం నుంచి మనము సుజ్ఞానం అనేటువంటి విద్యలు కూడా అందుకోవాలా.
But from vijnana we have to rise to sujnana, the good wisdom.
అదే స్పిరిచువల్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్.
That is spiritual education.
కానీ సుజ్ఞానము విజ్ఞానం రెండు చేరినప్పుడే ప్రజ్ఞానము.
And when both get together, Vijnana and Sujnana get together, it leads to Prajnana, the complete wisdom.
కాబట్టి అందరిలో దేవుడు చేరి ఉన్నాడు.
God is there in everyone.
ఈ విద్య అనగా అది తెలుసుకోవటమే నిజమైన విద్య.
Vidya is that which will make us realize this truth.
అదే విద్యా విముక్తయే, సా విద్యాయ విముక్తయే.
That education is that which gives us liberation.
అదే ఆత్మ విద్య విద్యానాం.
That is Adhyatma Vidya Vidyanam.
End of education is character.
End of education is character.
మంచిది, మన ధర్మం మనం పాలించడమే, సత్యాన్ని మనం అనుసరించడమే మన ఒక చరిత్రము.
Our character is always adhere to truth and righteousness.
చెప్పాడు స్వామీజీ, అగ్ని వేడి చేయకపోతే తన స్వభావాన్ని పోగొట్టుకుంటే అగ్ని అని పిలిపించుకోదు.
Swamiji said very correctly, if fire loses its power of heat, it cannot be called fire.
నీళ్ళు చల్లదనం లేకపోతే అది నీరని మనం భావించము.
If there is no coolness in water, we can't call it water.
సూర్యులో కాంతి లేకపోతే అది సూర్యుడిగా మనం చెప్పడానికి వీలు లేదు.
If there is no light emerging from sun, it cannot be sun.
ఆ విధంగా మానవులందు ఈ దివ్యత్వం లేకపోతే మానవులని చెప్పడానికి వీలు లేదు.
Similarly, if there is no divinity reflecting in human beings, we
మానవ
can't.
స్వభావం, స్వ అనగా ఆత్మతత్వం, ఆత్మతత్వంతో కూడిన భావమే మానవ నిజమైన స్వభావము.
The real nature of man, Swabhava, is to know the Atmic reality, divine reality.
ఏమిటి ఆత్మతత్వం అనగా అదే పవిత్రమైన ప్రేమతత్వము.
What is this Atma or Atmic reality?
ఏ భేదము ఏ భిన్నత్వము లేకుండా ఒక అద్వైతమే చూడడము జ్ఞానము.
It is pure love, seeing oneness everywhere. That is ultimate wisdom.
ఈ వన్నెస్ అనే యూనిటీ మనం పెంచుకున్నప్పుడే ప్యూరిటీ వస్తుంది. ప్యూరిటీ మనం అందుకున్నప్పుడే డివినిటీ మనము తెలుసుకోగలుగుతాము.
When we see the oneness, we attain purity. When we have purity, we can attain divinity.
ఈనాటి దిన ప్రపంచమందు దైవ ప్రీతి లేని పామరత్వము బట్టి,
In today's world, because of the ignorance of love for God,
పాప భీతి లేని దారి బట్టి,
and also because there is no fear of sin,
మానత్వం అడిగే మానవుందు
there is no humanness in human beings.
విశ్వశాంతికి ఇది ఏ విప్లవంబు.
This is the reason for all unrest in the world.
అందరి కూడా సంఘనీతి పెంచాలనుకుంటున్నాడే కానీ ఏ విధంగా ఇది సాధ్యమని కొంచెం కూడా విచారించడం లేదు.
Everybody wants to bring in morality in society, but nobody is thinking
విద్యా
how can it be
సంస్థలందు
done.
బీ గుడ్ అని చెప్తున్నారు కానీ ఏ విధంగా గుడ్ కావాలని చెప్పటం లేదు.
In the educational institutions keep telling be good, but we are not telling them how to be good.
ఎన్నో కోట్ల రూపాయలు ఖర్చు పెట్టి కాన్ఫరెన్సెస్ పెట్టుకుంటున్నారే కానీ దాన్ని ఏ విధంగా మనము ఈ విద్యా సంస్థలందు పిల్లల్ని అందించాలని విచారించటం లేదు.
Spending crores of rupees, we arrange many conferences. We are not telling the students how to be good.
సంఘనీతి గురించి చెప్తున్నామే కానీ సాధ్యము కావటం లేదే.
We are talking about morality in society, but it is not happening.
ఈ మొరాలిటీ ఇన్ సొసైటీ కావాలంటే పాప భీతి, ఫియర్ ఆఫ్ సిన్ చాలా అవసరము.
If there has to be morality in society, there should be fear of sin in individuals.
ఫియర్ ఎట్లా వస్తున్నది? పోలీస్ ద్వారా, లా ద్వారా, కోర్టు ద్వారా రావటం అంతా కూడా ఫోర్స్.
Fear of sin coming because of the fear of policemen or the courts, it is by force.
టీచర్ క్లాసులు ఉండిన వరకు పిల్లలందరూ కూడా చాలా సభ్యులుగా ప్రవర్తిస్తారు.
As long as teacher is there in the classroom, students behave well.
తిరిగినప్పటికీ వాళ్ళు ప్రకటన చేస్తారు.
When the teacher exits, the students on their own.
ఈ పోలీస్ ఉండిన వల్ల మనము పాపభీతి పెంచుకుంటే ఆ పాపభీతము క్షణభంగురమైనదే కానీ పర్మనెంట్ కాదు.
If you develop fear of sin because of policemen, it is going to be only temporary, it can't be permanent.
కానీ పాపభీతికి ఉండే ఆధారం ఏమిటనగా అదే దైవ ప్రీతి.
And the basis of papabhiti or fear of sin is love for God.
భగవంతుని ప్రేమించినప్పుడు ఏ మాత్రం కూడా పాపములు మనము చేయరము.
When we truly love God, we will not involve ourselves in any sinful activities.
అంటరాదు మానవుని భక్తి వలన.
When we have devotion, no sin can taint us.
కాబట్టి భక్తి అనేటటువంటిది మనం పెంచుకున్నప్పుడే ఈ పాపభీతి కూడా మనం అందుకుంటాము. పాపభీతి వచ్చినప్పుడే సంఘనీతి కూడా మనము.
When we develop true devotion, we will have fear of sin, and then we will have morality in society.
ఈ యొక్క సంస్థ ఒక పేపర్ లోపల మనము దైవ ప్రీతి నుంచి పాపభీతి నుంచి సంఘనీతి అనేటటువంటి ఒక ఫార్ములా ఇచ్చినాము.
In this white paper which has been released today, we have this formula of developing love for God. From there comes fear of sin and ultimately morality in society.
దైవ ప్రీతి అనేది ఏరిని మనము నీరు చేసినప్పుడు ఆ పాపభీతి అనేది వృక్షం పెరుగుతుంది.
When we water the roots of love for God, the tree of fear of sin will grow.
దానందు పుష్పములు ఫలముగా సంఘనీతి వస్తుంది.
In that tree will blossom many flowers and also bear
ఈ
fruits.
ప్రేమనటి నీరుని బ్రాంచెస్ పైన వేస్తే, పలువుల పైన వేస్తే, ఫలం పైన వేస్తే చెట్టు పెరగదు.
If you water, instead of watering the roots, you water the branches and leaves and fruits, it will not help the tree.
కాబట్టి దైవ ప్రీతి అనేటువంటి రూట్స్ ని మనము దృఢంగా చేసినప్పుడే ఈ సంఘనీతి అనేటువంటిది బ్రాంచెస్ అండ్ లీవ్స్, ఇంకా పాపభీతి అనేటువంటిది ఈ వృక్షము చక్కగా పెరుగుతుంది.
And therefore we have to water the roots of love for God, and then comes the trunk of the fear of sin and the
దైవ
tree.
ప్రీతి అనేటువంటి పునాది ఉండినప్పుడే ఈ ఎంత పెద్ద పాపభీతి సంఘనీతి అనే భవనం మనం కట్టుకోపోవచ్చు.
Only when there is a strong foundation for love for God, you can build the mansion of fear of sin and morality in
పదం
society.
లోపల సారాంశంగా మనం యోచించునని చెప్తే దైవ ప్రీతియే.
And in one word, if you want to say what is the foundation of morality in society, it is devotion, love for God.
ఆ డివోషన్ ని మన పిల్లల లోపల పెంచాలా, ఆ డివోషన్ పెంచే విద్యయే మనం అందించాలా.
We have to develop devotion in children, and that is the kind of education we have to inculcate.
అప్పుడు చేసినవన్నీ కూడా సర్వకర్మ భగవత ప్రీత్యార్థంగా పిల్లలు చేసుకుంటారు.
Then the students will offer every one of their actions for love for God.
పరోపకారాయ పుణ్యాయ పాపాయ పరపీడనం, అన్ని పరోపకారం నిమిత్తమై చేసుకుంటారు.
All actions will be to help others and not to hurt and harm others.
దైవ ప్రీతి ఇదంతా కూడా మనకు అందించగలుగుతుంది. ఇది మనం ఆధారం చేసుకొని విద్యా సంస్థలో కావాల్సిన మార్పులు చేయాలా అనేటువంటి నా ఒక అభిప్రాయం.
It is my view that love for God will bestow upon society everything. Therefore, we have to introduce this love for God into schools and colleges.
ఆకాశం పతితం తోయం సాగరం ప్రతిగచ్చతి.
Every drop of rain that comes down from the sky will reach the ocean.
కానీ ఈ బిందువులన్నీ కూడా చేరి ఒక వాహినిగా మారిపోతాయి.
All drops get together to form a river stream.
ఈ వాహులన్నీ కూడా చేరిపోయి ఒక నదిగా మారిపోతుంది.
All streams get together to form a river.
ఈ నది మాత్రమే సాగరముకు చేరుతుంది కానీ బిందువులు చేరడానికి వీల్లేదు.
Only a river can merge in the ocean, not an individual drop.
కాబట్టి ఇవన్నీ ఆధ్యాత్మికమైన సంస్థలు, విద్యా సంస్థలు, ధర్మ సంస్థలు అందరూ కూడా ఒట్టిగా చేరి ఐకమత్యంతో మనం ఈ పని చేసినప్పుడే ఈ ప్రపంచంలో ఈ సమయం లోపల మనం ఇది చేయగలుగుతాము, సాధించగలుగుతాము.
Only when all the spiritual institutions and religious institutions get together to push forward this change and transformation in the society, we will be able to safeguard the interests of the society.
అన్ని బిందువులు కలిసి వాహినులు అయిపోవాలా, వాహినులన్నీ కూడా నదులుగా అయిపోవాలా, నదులు కలిసి సాగరం చేరాలా.
All drops should form streams, all streams should get into rivers, and rivers should merge in the ocean.
5 వేళ్ళు కూడా చేరినప్పుడే ఈ చేతి కావాల్సిన పని చేయగలుగుతుంది.
Only when the 5 fingers get together, the hand can do anything.
5 fingers వేరేగా కావచ్చు కానీ చేరినప్పుడు ఒకే చేతికి ఒక అంగం.
And 5 fingers may look different, but when they get together, they are the limbs of the same hand.
ఒక వేలు వల్ల మనము పాయింట్ చేయగలుగుతాం కానీ పని చేయలేము. We can only point a finger.
With one finger you can only point, but you cannot fight.
You cannot do anything.
You cannot do anything.
కానీ అందరూ చేరినప్పుడు రెండు చేతుల ద్వారా ఎంతైనా మనం సాధించవచ్చు.
When all of us get together like 2 hands, we will be able to achieve anything.
కాబట్టి అందరితో నేను చాలా ప్రేమతో, వినయంతో, చాలా ఒక భావంతో ఒకే ఒక ప్రార్థిస్తున్నాను. అందరూ కూడా కలిసిమెలిసి సహనాభవతు సహనాభునక్తు సహవీర్యం కర్వావహై, అందరూ కలిసిమెలిసి చేసినప్పుడే ఇది మనం సాధించగలుగుతాను. ఒకే ఒక సంస్థకు, ఒక విద్యా, ఒక అన్వేషణకు ఒకరికి మాత్రం ఇది సాధ్యం కాదు. సంఘంలోనే ఇది మనం సాధించగలుగుతాము.
With all feeling of love and humility, I request all the similar institutions based on spirituality to get together to work for the welfare of society.
మొన్నటి రోజు ఒక పిల్లవాడు వచ్చి నన్ను చెప్పాడు.
One of the boys said one of these days,
ఏమిటి ప్రెజెంట్ అనగా,
what is this present?
ప్రెజెంట్ మన తాత సొమ్ము కాదు, పాస్ట్ నుంచి మనం సొమ్ముగా అందుకోలేదు.
Present is not our grandfather's property which we got from the past.
కాదు ఇది.
Not that.
ఇది భవిష్యత్తు నుంచి మనం రుణంలో తీసుకునే ఒక అవకాశమే.
In fact, the present is what we borrow from the future as a loan.
కాబట్టి ఏది మనం ప్రెజెంట్ లో చేస్తున్నామో దాన్ని బట్టి మన ఫ్యూచర్ కూడా ఉంటుంది, మన పిల్లల ఫ్యూచర్ కూడా ఉంటుంది.
Depending on what we do in the present, there is the future of our students and our future.
Past ఏమీ చేయలేము.
Past is past, nothing can be done about it.
అన్సర్టైన్, ఏమీ తెలుసుకోలేము.
Future is uncertain, we
కానీ
can't know
ప్రెజెంట్
about
లోపల
it.
మనం అందరు కలిసి పని చేసినప్పుడే ఈ ప్రెజెంట్ ఓమ్ని ప్రెజెంట్గా మారి అందరికీ ఒక ఆనందకరంగా అవుతుంది.
In the present, all of us get together, work unitedly, the present will become omnipresent.
ఎంత దూరమైన గమ్యం ఉండినా, ఎంత పెద్ద ప్రయాణం ఉండినా కానీ అడుగు అడుగు పెడుతూ పోయినప్పటికీ మనం తప్పకుండా చేరవచ్చు.
The destination may be far away, we take one step or the other after the other, definitely we will reach the destination one day.
అందరూ కూడా కలిసి ఈ జీవిత గమ్యాన్ని పిల్లల్ని అందించే నిమిత్తమై ఈ ధర్మ మార్గంలో మన ప్రయాణం ప్రారంభించి అడుగు అడుగు కలిసిమెలిసి పెడుతూ నడవాలి.
On this path of dharma, of giving the inheritance of the divine knowledge to our children, let us walk together step after step.
ఈ లౌకికమైన విద్యలు మాత్రమే అందించి ఆధ్యాత్మికంతో పిల్లల్ని వంచితంగా ఉంచినప్పుడు అది నిజంగా చెప్తుంది శిష్య ద్రోహం అయిపోతుంది. ఆ ద్రోహానికి మనం గురి కాకూడదు.
If we give them only material education and do not give them spiritual education, it's a kind of betrayal of our children.
అందరూ కూడా కలిసిమెలిసి చేయాలి. చేస్తే ఇది సాధ్యము. ఈ భారతదేశము ఒక చారిత్రమే దైవభక్తి. అది ప్రపంచానికి మనం తెలిపించడమే మన ఒక ధర్మము. రండి కలిసిమెలిసి ఇది చేద్దాము, చేసి ప్రపంచంని మారుద్దాము, అందరినీ కూడా దివ్యముగా ఈ దివ్యత్వాన్ని అందించుదాము. ఇంత ఒక ఆశతో ఆశిస్తూ ఆశీర్వదిస్తూ నా ప్రసంగాన్ని ముగిస్తున్నాను.
Let us get together, walk on this path, help the children to know their divine reality and work for the service of society, thereby redeeming the society. And in fact, the hallmark of India is love for God. Let us inculcate in the children of India this devotion to God, faith in God, thereby enlightening them and also helping the country. With this aspiration and desire, I conclude my discourse.
We will now have a short 10-minute break, after which we will resume the session with very interesting keynote addresses. We have Shri H.N. Dastur, Director General of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Swami Muktidananda, Adhyaksha of Shri Ramakrishna Ashrama in Mysore, and Dr. Gururaj Karajagi, Chairman of the Academy for Creative Teaching in Bangalore. They will be sharing their views with us. We'll have a short break of 10 minutes.
Swami says if she is playing like this, then what?
Sairam, all delegates are requested to assemble back in the auditorium. We're about to resume the session. All the delegates, kindly assemble back in the auditorium and take your seats. We will be beginning the session now. May we request all the delegates to assemble back and remain seated. We're about to start. Swami is just arriving and we will be continuing with the session. All the delegates, if you can quickly assemble back into the auditorium and remain seated. We're about to start the session now. Sai Ram.
Education is for man-making, nation-building and promotion of
the delegates and students are requested to remain seated. Our first keynote speaker is Shri H.N. Dastur. Shri Dastur is the Executive Secretary and Director General of the Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. The Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan is one of India's foremost educational trusts. It was founded by Shri K.M. Munshi with the support of Mahatma Gandhi. The reputed institute has as its motto, "Let noble thoughts come to me from every side," a quote from the Rig Veda. He oversees about 120 kendras in India and 8 of them overseas. He runs over 370 institutions and units in the fields of culture, education and social service. He was a first batch student of the Bharati Vidya Bhavan's College of Journalism, Advertising and Printing that started in 1961 and took the diploma in advanced journalism from the college in 1963. As the student editor of the college magazines, he came in contact with Kulapati K.M. Munshi, founder-president of the Bhavan, who invited him to join the Bhavan as its public relations officer and assistant editor of the Bhavan's journal in 1963. Since then, Shri Dastur has been with the Bhavan. Absolute loyalty, integrity, blemishless character and qualities of leadership found young Dastur being entrusted with growing responsibilities and authority. His involvement and dedication to the Bhavan was such that he brushed away several offers of lucrative positions. In 2006, he took charge as the Executive Secretary of the Bhavan. Under his able guidance and dynamic leadership, Bhavan today is stronger and taller than it has been ever before and is firmly on the path of serving the cause of India's ageless culture and values. Shri H.N. Dastur.
Thank you. Pujya Swamiji, dignitaries on the stage, sisters and brothers, and my young friends. I bring you good wishes and greetings from the President of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Sri Surendralal Mehta. I suppose I am the odd man out here because I am neither a scholar, nor a historian, nor a philosopher, nor a spiritual person. But I am just the coordinator of a cultural movement called Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, which was established by K.M. Munshi in 1938. Munshiji was a versatile genius. He reached the top of human endeavor's topmost peak in several ways. He was one of the best lawyers that our country produced. He was one of the giant writers of our country. He was a freedom fighter. He was an institution builder. He was our constitution maker, his contribution being next only to Dr. Ambedkar. And he founded Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan with the blessings of Mahatma Gandhi in 1938. There are 3 credos of Bhavan. One is already been said, Ano Bhadraha Kratavayantu Vishwataha, all established by Munshiji. Second is Sarva Dharma Samabhav, equal love and respect for all religions, and Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Bhavans, as already been said, has 3 parts of activities: cultural, educational, and social service. Now, we consider our most important duty is to inculcate moral values, spiritual values, to make our children better human beings in various ways. In this methodology of doing this, I think we are behind Ramakrishna Mission and Satya Sai Seva Pratishthan. We are behind it, so I have nothing original to say except sharing our experience with you. Bhavan has a population of 2 lakh students, 90 schools in India and 5 abroad, about 2 lakh schools, and it is a floating population. Every year, few thousand come out, every year few thousand come in. So it is a wonderful opportunity. Even if we succeed, we believe 20% of our students become enlightened citizens. Then it is a great contribution to the society and the humanity. Whether we are succeeded in doing it, we do not know, but we do try. See, history, geography and other subjects can be taught in a classroom. But I think every individual is different. Therefore, building up the character or inculcating values in students has to be on the individual basis also. A teacher has to observe a student not only in the classroom, but outside the classroom, and it should interact with the parents. Because, you see, inculcating cultural values, parents have a very, very important role to play. So there must be a dialogue between parents of a child and the class teacher of the child. That helps a lot. Teacher comes to know how the boy behaves at his house, and parents come to know how he does in the school. So this part, parents' part, is very, very important in our experience. We also, in our experience, directly saying that be good, do good, it doesn't help much. You see, we have to create a situation, we have to create a teacher should, first of all, teachers should themselves have tremendous character. Only then they can pass it on to the students. So regularly holding meetings of the teachers, I won't say training the teachers, we train animals, not human beings, educating them and making them interact with Swamijis and Maulvi Sahibs and Christian fathers and inculcating him in them, then only they can move forward. Another thing we have realized is the reality of our country is that after globalization, the word globalization, I thought that it will make a man Vishwamanav. But the globalization, free market economy has unleashed the forces of materialism to that extent that a man's interest is shrinking. Not to talk of the world or his country, he's shrinking and is now focused only on his family. So this is a real challenge of how to understand that now in our society, the value of a person is judged by his ability to make money. Ambanis and Adanis are more revered than the real teachers and the real sadhus. So how to do that? Another problem is, these are all, we have to ask ourselves, another major problem is that crores of our people, including children, do not know from where their next week's meals will come. Such poverty still stays in the country. In the globalization, they went on saying that it will sip down, but so far it has not sipped down. And therefore, social service is a part of our education. And we should take our children, we should take them for pilgrimage, we should take them for historical sites, but we should also take them to the poorest regions in the country. I tell you, it will have a magic effect on their psychology. You know, we middle class, higher middle class and rich class students, you see, ask, my friend has this mobile, please give me father this mobile. They go on comparing themselves with the higher people. Once they go into that rural area, the real poor who are today neglected, the whole country has forgotten about it. The country is run for the elite and the middle class, run by the elite for the elite. It's a fact of life we must accept. If you take our children there, as we do, it will have a magic effect on them. They will come and then teacher will tell them, see how fortunate you are. You must thank God that how high is your position and all. It has tremendous effect. And then we make these children carry in these rural areas with gifts, with books, with clothes and everything. And they interact with them. And their interaction brings about, I suppose, it contributes to the unity of the country also. At the college level, we have got also colleges of science, engineering and all, management and all that. I will give you one example, what can be done at college level. We have a management institution called SP Jain, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan's SP Jain Institute of Management and Research. It is ranked above many IIMs, and among the private business schools, it is ranked number 2. The dean of this institution, Dr. Manish Shrikant, unfortunately he passed away a few months back, he introduced a system called Abhyuday, whereas every student, and they are elite students, fees run into lakhs, and therefore they have seen only life of luxury. They have only seen, every student has to adopt a slum child and look after their child's education permanently. Going to their houses through dirty lanes, putting their feet in the dirty pools, and then going there, interacting with them. Sisters and brothers, magic effect, not only hundreds and hundreds of slum children, standards have been raised to that extent that one of them has entered SP Jain Institute on sheer merit. You see, a child of a Muslim rickshaw puller, he entered the SP Jain Institute on its own merit. Nobody, of course, can enter this institution without merit. So this have, and what happens is that after 2 years, the students leave, but they are so attached that they continue to interact. They are called mentor, and the children are called stars. So mentor and stars, they continue to interact with others even after they leave the college. And I tell you, the emotional level, the compassion level of these rich students have risen so high that I suppose 80% of them will become good citizens. They continue to even finance their children's education, their clothes, they are so attached to it. So this is one thing. Another thing we do is that we put tremendous emphasis on performing arts. Munshi ji, our founder, used to say, he was a dramatist, he was himself an actor, he was a genius of all round. He believed, and we have experienced it happening, that performing arts also rise the level of human emotions. It automatically, a good drama, a touching character, excellent music, you see, will definitely, I give you one example in my personal life. You see, our Coimbatore Center of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, 3 months back, celebrated their golden jubilee. So I was there, and Infosys chairman Shesasai delivered superb lectures, were delivered by 3-4 people, excellent lectures. It was intellectually stimulating, full of knowledge, but the children's musical programs brought tears into my eyes. Children ranging from 5 years to 15 years, they presented 6 bhajans from 6 different languages in the country, including Bengali, Gujarati, Marathi. Beautiful, and they were so, and set into pure classical music style, Carnatic style. It was so wonderful that tears rolled down my eyes. No amount of speech can do that. So performing arts is such an important thing that it must be put great emphasis in every school and in every college. Today, by grace of God, you see, on average, in this country somewhere, at least 2 performing arts programs are going on of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. In Chennai, in A, and Infosys Foundation has come up, and Mr. Suresh, our director of our Bangalore Kendra, who is sitting there, through him, you see, Infosys Foundation has given 5 to 6 crore rupees for arranging programs in Northeast, in rural Maharashtra, in rural Kerala, and all that. So please do emphasize, do great emphasis on this. When our Amritsar students, when I went to Amritsar, they perform a drama based on Mahabharata. I was amazed, you know. So we have to have certain imaginative, creative ways by which the level of emotions of the children go up. By telling them, be truthful, it's not going to happen. You see, here we have spirited young women and men, you see, to expand the horizons of their wisdom and spread values in the society. In any mission, any institution, individual is at the center. Everything depends upon the individual. So first, in aeroplanes they say that in emergency, put mask first and then help others. First we have to light the lamp of knowledge, wisdom and compassion in our corner, and then go outside and light lamps in other people's corners. And learning and educating is an unending process. Gandhiji said that live as if you are going to die tomorrow, but learn as if you are going to live forever. That means learning process has to continue. And not only in schools and colleges, at homes, in offices, in your friend circle, it goes on and on. Thank you. I am glad that Sarvadharma Samabhav is the theme of it. And it is, today, it is a great necessity in our country also. See, I am always surprised when Sarvadharma Samabhav is talked about. Bhagwan Ramakrishna, whom we know as Paramhans Sri Ramakrishna, is not mentioned. Swami Vivekananda comes frequently. But if you want to understand what Sarvadharma Samabhav is, you have to go at the feet of Bhagwan Ramakrishna. Because he did not preach, he did not give lectures. He showed to the world by his own example, by his prakhar sadhana, prakhar tapascharya. You see, he reached the divine. Hindu dharma, I mean Vedic dharma, is so huge, you know. There are 100 ways to go and meet the divine. Every road he traveled and met the divine. Then he became a Christian and had the discipline of the Christian religion and realized Christ. He became a Muslim, said his namaz for 5 days, 5 times a day, and reached the divine. And then declared that every path leads to divine. He used to say that suppose mukti or a moksha or a divine is Ganga Jal. You have to reach it. You are standing, there are several ghats. You are standing on the ghat. The ghat on which you are standing, go straight and drink it. You need not go to muds, go to other ghat, because that also will lead you there. So we must make our children, this is my personal appeal, that when Sarvadharma Sambhav comes, you see, you have to go to Bhagavan Ramakrishna. There is a book called Gita and Quran by Pandit Sundarlal. It's okay, sir. Pandit Sundarlal was a great freedom fighter and great scholar and a sadhu. So there he has not only given quotations and explained Gita and Quran things only. He has Bible, Zoroastrian religious and given quotations. You will be surprised that it looks like translation. What Jewish Talmud says and what Christian Bible says or what Quran says or what Gita says, some sentences are translation of each other. Such, there is a unity. But Lord loves diversity. And according to one's svabhava, he gives you the religion. All customs may be little different. Some methodology must be some different. But the spiritual values of all religions are the same. No religion says that commit theft. No religion says that, you see, murder somebody. So, spiritual values are the same. What we require is, in our children to develop tolerance towards other people's custom. For instance, we Parsi Zoroastrians we worship fire. Our temples are called fire temple. Now we are not supposed to put even a drop of water, not on the fire. It's a sin. Nothing is to be fire, is to be kept pure. But when we perform yagna, when I attend yagna, and you put ghee in it and all in it, fine, it is your custom. It is my custom. What custom and ritual has to do with spiritual values? So, there was one Father Griffith. He could not find answers to his spiritual questions which arose in his mind in England. So he came to India and came near Bangalore only. First, he stayed in Bangalore. He always wears saffron clothes. He found answers to his questions here, and then he wrote a beautiful book on Sarva Dharma Sambhav. It is not available now. I am trying to search it. If somebody gets across it, its name is Father Griffith. Our Bhavan's another motto is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which I think is wider than even Sarva Dharma Sambhav. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam means divine resides in everybody. Divine resides in everything. Animal, fish, not only in human beings. Even people on the beach or sands in the desert, divine resides in this mic. Respect that divine. And we all reside in the divine. As our founder Munshiji used to say, one in all and all in one. So that once you realize that everybody is divine, divine stays in everybody, then you will automatically become, you see, loving. You will automatically become, soft. Unfortunately, the barriers that man has created between man and man of caste and creed and religion and language and region, even nationality. Nationality also is a barrier because Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. When they say Sare Jahan se Acha Hindustan Hamara, it means, perhaps Iqbal means that for me my country is the best. For a Mexican, Sare Jahan se Acha Mexican unka. You understand? So we turn to be chauvinist, my country, yes, where we have to take pride, we are a Punya Bhumi. We have got continuous stream from Vedic rishis and Upanishadic rishis down to, you see, Sufi saints and Tulsi, Mirza, Sur, Kabir, Gnaneswar, Basveshwar, Tukaram, all this continuing stream to Bhagwan Ramakrishna, to Raman Maharshi, to Sai Baba, to Satya Sai Baba. The stream continues and it belongs to all. There are several Muslim saints and Sufi saints, several Christian saints and Sufi saints. So yes, we are a Punya Bhumi, and therefore it hurts us most that this Punya Bhumi is progressing towards respect for material values and not respect for human life. We have to ourselves, you see, in the educational world, we talk of merit. Merit means marks. I will give you only one example. I know we are running behind the time. My nephew, son of my brother, who was general manager of a big bank in those days, entered the SSC. He was to give his examination for SSC. Fine. He had one sister and one brother older to him who were highly educated, father educated, mother educated. Air-conditioned bank had given him 3-bedroom air-conditioned accommodation. He can spend anything he likes on textbooks and on teachers and on tuitions and everything. On the same year, the servant working, the son of the servant, lady servant working in my sister's house, this is a fact, this is a real life story, entered SSC. Now, her father has deserted the mother. They have 4 children. He was the eldest. He would look after his 3 younger brothers and sisters, help mother in working household duties in 3 places, attend night school, study. He had no electricity in his jupda, so he studied in the street light, and the results came. My nephew got 78, he got 58. 30% less, but whose merit is more? The men struggle against all odds. So when they are given, these poor are given some privilege of some reservation, we say merit, merit. Where is the merit? Please think over it. For ages and ages, you know, for ages and ages in this country, you see the Dalits, the backwards have been oppressed. You see, Hindu, very few papers carry such news, but Hindu, I read Hindu, not 1 week passes when a tremendous, unbelievable atrocity on Dalit is not reported. The last I read, may I tell you, in a school, a high caste boy had dysentery and he defected. The teacher called the Dalit boy to clean it. You see, when such are the conditions, you see, you must realize that lame people, there is a race, but the mighty, the heavyweight is not put against the lightweight in boxing. So when one who is lame, at least give him a crutch to run the race. This is a very widespread resentment against reservation which is going on in this country. I am giving you my frank views and experience. You see, what constitutes spirituality? Swamijis and others know much better than me, but from our experience we believe that we have to have unshakable faith in the God. It is our anchor. Which basic qualities constitutes spirituality? Faith is one of it. Then comes love. If faith is there, you know, and we realize that divine resides in us, in me, and I reside in divine, how can I do anything wrong? You see, let my conscience be my guide. Then comes love. You see, compassion, mercy. If there is love, love never demands. Love gives, not takes. So, if we have love, we will have compassion, we will have consideration, we will have no vengeance, spirit of vengeance or hatred against anybody. Worldly love is always selfish. We know that. In a sense that if you are important to me for 30 years, and on the 31st year you cease to be important to me, my love for you vanishes. As in my city of Bombay, I don't know Bangalore, but in Bombay, you see, children love their parents. They became big, they attend colleges, acquired jobs, and love their parents. But the moment the parents becomes helpless, weak, and need support, they go and put them in on a large scale. I don't say everybody. Go and put them in the old age home. Bhagwan Ramakrishna used to say that the difference between love of man and love of God is that you do 99 favors to a person and refuse to do the 100th one, he will become your enemy. Whereas God, even one, you do 99% things he doesn't like, but you do one thing, he will come and embrace you. You see, love is the sunshine, you know. It puts on the gutter also and Ganga also. Ramakrishna, Bhagwan Ramakrishna, you see, one day was sitting on the veranda with his landlord's women folk, landlord's families. And a famous prostitute of Calcutta was passing by. Her name was Ramani. He called him, Ramani, where are you? Why don't you come to Dakshineshwar? They were all, the women members of that landlord's families were, some bad thoughts might also have passed through their mind. Then Bhagwan took them to Ma Kali's mandir, and then he prayed to Ma, Ma, sometimes you come like a small daughter, sometimes you come like a bride, in the form of a bride, sometimes you come in a form of prostitute. What high! Therefore, in every woman, we have to see goddess. Every woman. That's what he taught. That's what Bhagwan Ramakrishna taught. You see, then comes what constitutes spirituality. Then comes humility. You see, humility, genuine humility, not Charles Dickens, Surya Heep's humility, for which we have to control our ego. Now, ego is such a thing that it is a terrible, terrible thing. To control it, but we have to try very hard, because without humility, your manhood is incomplete. If you are arrogant, you are an incomplete human being. We have to try hard to give our children also this humility. To remove ego, Bhagavan Ramakrishna tells a story that a boy got a lamp, like Aladdin's lamp. Genie came, he rubbed it and genie came and said that, Aka, I will do anything you want me to do. Anything. But only one condition, you will have to continue to give me the orders. Otherwise, I will eat you up. So he said that make my field full of wheat. 5 minutes, he came back, done. So he got gabrified. He got, now what shall I do? So he was intelligent. He told the genie, take me to my guru. So Guru said that don't worry, yaar. Tell him that our dagya kutra hai na, the dog, uska double curved tail hai, usko siddhi karne ko bolo. So that fellow did it, and Bhagwan Ramakrishna says ages have passed, he is still doing it. But he will bury it in the sand, again it will come up. Ego is like that. So one has to be very, very careful about ego. You see, who are we in Sakala Brahman? What is earth in Sakala Brahman? You see, we are not even an ant on Sakala Brahman. So those who say, I did it, I succeeded, it should be, by grace of God it has been done, not I did it. These values, this thought constitutes spiritual values. The other thing we have learnt is to teach our children self-observation. By the end of the day, some of our teachers, you see, ask them to write down. Okay, you show me next day that what you wrote last night, okay, what I did today. See, self-observation. And education is a process which dies with only our death. So it applies to every one of us. Okay, where have we gone wrong during the day? What this self-observation is, because virtues are very slippery, Virtues, any time you can slip. And therefore, to renew it afresh, Totapuri was one of the gurus of Ramakrishna who taught him some way. He told Ramakrishna that your copper vessel he was cleaning. So Bhagwan asks that, why do you daily clean? He said, it has to be daily clean, otherwise it will become black. So virtues may slip. So self-observation prevents that rust to be coming. Another thing is simple-heartedness. Saral, sahaj, be simple, don't be intricate, be intelligent. Try to understand the cunning of the world. Be it, but yourself, be simple. You see, we cheat ourselves, which Bhagwan Ramakrishna used to say, theft in your own inner chamber. We just, so simplicity is extremely important. Another thing I have found is that what makes young people unhappy, that I have got 30 rupees fan, my friend has got Parker, that man has got this kind of, comparing. I have Alto, so I must have City Honda, then I must have Accord, then I must have BMW. So the fellow never gets satisfied. And if you remain dissatisfied, how are you going to be happy? So you have to draw a Lakshman Rekha on your lifestyle. Draw anywhere you like. On refrigerator, on air conditioner, but draw the line. Then howsoever much you earn, you must tell yourself that I will not go beyond this line. Otherwise, there will be no end to it. You see? See, if we adopt certain basic issues like we try to adopt, nobody succeeds, and otherwise we would be God. But we have to constantly try it. You see, purity comes. Now purity comes, integrity, honesty, all part of purity. It comes automatically when you do, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, we genuinely believe that we have given our power of attorney to the Lord. We are not doing anything. He does. There was a crisis in my institution, and giants were against us, against the institution. They have got their own personal agenda. You see, but we had given our agenda to the Lord. It is He who gives us thoughts. It is He who... And things happen which we never planned for, automatically happen, and the crisis blew over. So we believe that we have to give our power of attorney to the Lord, and then purity will come. There is a very nice story of Bhagwan Ramakrishna again. See, Bhagwan Ramakrishna's mind was always in the divine. So to keep his mind on the ground so that he can teach his disciples, he can talk with his household disciples, household disciples. I am told that I must end soon. I will end soon. Please take it back. You see, I was told in the letter that I am given 45 minutes. So I'm sorry. Culture is considered. Rajaji delivered 3 lectures, Raja Gopalachari, in Bombay. I was a student there, so I used to go there with pencil and pen and pad. On the end of the 3rd day, he said, I am now concluding my lecture on culture. He concluded it in 3 words. Culture is consideration for others. Consideration for others, if we develop, suppose I give you an example. A gutter is getting cleaned, and the sweepers have gone down into the gutter. They are taking out the dirt. If you pass by, don't put your kerchief on your mouth. It's an insult to the human dignity of those people who are clean. In any case, you see, in Manchester Guardian, I had read 20, 30 years back that there was a doctor's strike in London, and the health chart went up, and there was gutter cleaner strike, the health chart went down. So they are also equally important. Physical labor, shram, physical, we think that intellectually we are the bosses, and no, physical labor is equally important, and we should teach our children to do physical labor. Come on, make a cup of tea. Come on, wash your dish. Then you see the real respect for human dignity comes. You see? Another thing I have found is attachment. We get attached. We get attached to our friends. We get attached to our family. It's good. But we must know that they belong to the Lord. We must have that detachment also. You see, I'm sorry, I'm again telling you a story of Bhagwan Ramakrishna. You see, Trilok Babu, who was a son of Mathur Babu, who asked the Chowkidar to remove Hriday, the nephew of Bhagwan Ramakrishna, from Dakshineshwar. He mistakenly came to Bhagwan Ramakrishna and said that, sir, he has asked you to leave. He took his case, went and started walking towards the gate without stopping for a moment. Then Trilok came, fell at his feet, then he came back and sat. So our attachment has to be of that file. Another thing I found in young people and in other human beings also, they feel insulted. I am insulted. The only person who can insult you is yourself. Why should we care for other people's opinion? Suppose at the end of my lecture, you hoot me out. What do I care? Or you applaud me. What do I care? You see, so we must never ever feel insulted. नहीं तो insult हो गया, I will take revenge. Insult हो गया, that you see, all these are to be imaginatively taught to our children. And power of prayers, I wanted to tell you some good examples. I am skipping them, but believe me, our mantras, we Parsi Zoroastrians call it mantras. They are so important that even if you recite them without understanding the meaning, they have tremendous effect. And we speak from personal experience. So make our children see that they perform whatever religion they belong to, they perform their prayers. And lastly, I'm concluding. Most important thing according to me is to tell children to have independent thinking. You see, don't go by newspaper headlines or everybody says that we go. We are not sheep and goats. We have to think independently. We have to apply our mind independently. You see? Now, they say nation is above everything. Rashtra Prem, Rashtra Bhakti. When Hitler attacked other small countries around Austria, starting with, when he killed Jews in the name of religion, when he killed gypsies and communists and all that, at that time a good German has to oppose him. When America attacked Vietnam, you see, thousands of people came on the street against it. At that time, the President of America did not say, you are traitors, because our soldiers are dying in Vietnam and you are, opposing the war. No. Because truth is above God. Truth is God, and truth is above any nation or anything. In his Gare Bahire novel, Tagore says, I am ready to serve my nation, but I will bow down only before. I'm just giving you an example of independent thinking, that you should not go by, yes, Bharat Mata ki jai. Oh, we must think, we must stop and think, what is this? Shall we not side with God and truth? And what is country, Draupadi was, what happened to Draupadi? Bhishma Pitama was sitting there. Now, was it his Rashtra Bhakti because Rashtrapati was, the king was Dhritarashtra, so he did not do anything. It's a simple man, an ordinary man like me, even if the daughter of my most deadly enemy is being done, I will run to the help of that. But Bhishma Pitama said, was it Rashtra Bhakti? Or Vibhishan in Ramayana. You see, all Ravan's Raj was good. I mean, Sri Lanka ko Sone ki Lanka kehte the. All the brothers, and he betrayed them, Vibhishan, and came to the enemy's camp. And he was made, why? Because he was with God, because he was with truth, and he put that nation before the truth. That type of original thinking is what we require. See, I end with a prayer of Tagore, which I think has essence of spirituality. What is spirituality? He says, life of my life, I shall ever try to keep my body pure, knowing that thy living touch is upon all my limbs. His living touch is on all our lives. I shall ever try to keep all untruths out from my thoughts, knowing that thou art that truth which has kindled the light of reason in my mind. I shall ever try to drive all evils away from my heart and keep my love in flower, knowing that thou hast thy seat in the inmost shrine of my heart. The divine resides in us. And it shall be my endeavor to reveal thee in my actions, knowing it is thy power that gives me strength to act. Reveal thee in my actions means I am a soldier of yours. I am helping you, O Lord, in doing your work. Thank you.
We thank you, sir, for your inspiring words of counsel and guidance, and we sincerely apologize to you for the paucity of time. But your speech regarding the value system that Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan holds has really inspired us, and the kind of exposure that the students need to have will truly inspire us as well.
We'd like to thank Mr. H.N. Dastur on behalf of all of us seated here. I'd like to mention here that Shri Dastur has taken time off his schedule. He had to really reschedule his meetings and appointments with many dignitaries. In fact, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra was also due to visit him. He had an appointment with him, but just to be here with us on this day for the conference, he has rescheduled his meetings. Thank you very much, sir, on behalf of everybody.
May I now request Shri B.N. Narasimurthy to express a token of gratitude to Dasturji.
It is my honor to introduce our next keynote speaker, Swami Muktidanandaji. Maharaj is the Adhyaksha of the Sri Ramakrishna Ashrama Yadavgiri, Mysore, and trustee of the Ramakrishna Mutt and Mission, Belur. He joined the Ramakrishna order at the ashram in Mysore and served at the Ramakrishna Vidyashala, a premier residential educational institution of Mysore Center, for over 2 decades and as chief administrator for 16 years. Swamiji has a special grounding in education, Indian philosophy, and many other subjects such as yoga, psychology, and Indian culture. He's also been conducting guided meditation classes for students and spiritual seekers for many years now. And on these subjects and many others, Swami Muktidananda has contributed articles to the Prabuddha Bharati, Vedanta Kesari, and Viveka Prabha, all publications of the Ramakrishna Mission. Apart from writing for these journals, Swamiji also conducts focused sessions on personality development, stress management, spirituality, the science of worship, and other subjects for students and professionals at various functions held in different parts of India. May I now welcome Swamiji.
सर्वे जनाः सुखिनो भवन्तु. Shri Ramakrishna Sharanam. Respected dignitaries on the dais, the spirit of this entire spiritual movement, Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba, my devotional pranams to him in all forms, gross and subtle. And our very dear and respected Shri Narasimurthy ji for having invited me for this very august function, especially dealing with youth, a national youth seminar dealing with a vitally very crucial, important subject, spirituality in education through harmony of religion, a very beautifully, perfectly coined subject. The Indian context and the global context. This is where we actually need to put our heart and minds together to take humanity forward, to take the earthly life forward And this beautiful Sabhangana located in Sri Satya Sai Grama, and I had an occasion to meet Baba many times, as early as 1963 and also subsequently in 1972 at Manipal, when he sitting the stalwarts like T.A. Pai and Madhu Pai on either side, he said, Rajabala, Dhanabala, Janabala, Bhujabala, if all this, if you do not have Daiva Bala and Guru Bala, nothing is of any avail. And also, I distinctly remember, he spoke in Kannada, and he told, this is the land where Narayana himself is born as incarnation. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, he uttered the word Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa as Narayana himself is born. Very many times I had the good fortune to listen to very inspiring speeches, and also our very respected and dear Narayan Bhatt of Alkem, who has been perhaps the founder of this institution also, Muddenahalli. In 1970s, 2-3 times when I visited Alke, I still remember a good number of conversation I had with him, and he came to our place to deliver talk. Lot of interaction took place, and he welcomed me wholeheartedly, lovingly, and also that life should be like a sweet, transparent honey. He used to give a talk after the morning prayer in LK. That also I remember. And Narsimurti ji, those days, 40 years ago, we had some occasions to meet and interact, discuss, and spend some time together. I was virtually impressed by his very dynamic personality, and we discussed about him. We have one student from Puttaparthi in our Ramakrishna Vidyashala, who was a principal and a teacher. And it is a very familiarly known people, and an aura, an atmosphere of love, understanding. And here we come on to the subject, how to infuse, how to really inculcate spiritual ideas into the children through education based on harmony of religion. One type of education is syllabus, academic school-going education. And it's a challenge in a secular country to infuse spiritual values. We need a deeper and greater understanding of religion and its spiritual content and common spiritual basis of all religion and the very purpose of religion. And so many talks we heard yesterday and today have given us a lot of ideas as to what should be the common basis of spirituality among all religion. It is meditation, it is service, it is love, it is knowledge. If we human beings have to progress onward and forward and create a model, ideal society which is in search of truth about ourselves and of the world around. There is a teleological, natural urge in us. However, any body, either a religion or an organization or a political system or a cultural system, any ism cannot suppress the natural, evolutionary, teleological, intellectual, progressive urge of the human beings on our earth to know the truth about ourselves behind the dying body and to create a happy society. We are passing through a series of transitions, and naturally there are limitations, defects, problems. Yet the advent of great incarnations, the advent of mighty spiritual, positive, constructive spiritual organizations and well-meaning people all over the world will definitely join the brigade of harmony, love, understanding, search for truth, and make this life on earth a blessing to everybody. It is not to very few. Every child on earth should get the best knowledge, whatever the knowledge that has been churned out from cave days to the modern man. Separate the grain from the chaff, essential from non-essential, and rich spiritual and the secular content has to be synthesized, east and west, religious and secular, culture and that which is all around us, nature. Everything is to be given to the child in a proper dosage, in a graded manner. So we cannot depend upon school education alone. Nevertheless, it is very important to infuse. A research team has to work, and there are enough number of people who have done work on this, how to infuse spirituality, which is so essential. When we say spirituality means it is different from physics, different from chemistry. The self-knowledge is so very important. It is natural. It is like so many radii naturally getting into the center of a circle. It is like an oxygen which you desperately need to keep the life ongoing, the energy that we need. Similarly, the spirituality means search for truth about ourselves, subjective truth and objective truth, and truth about the one God. This one God idea which Mr. Dastur ji now told, what Ramakrishna Paramahamsa practiced and understood, the different contours of religion and different pathway ultimately landing into the same platform. Meditation of all saints of all religion is a common vestibule where all religions will meet. The love knows no barrier. There is such a thing called a human emotion called love, which is to be really refined. See that love all and serve all. The real religion is religion of love, which Satya Sai Baba has been repeatedly telling and all saints have been telling all over the world. But there are intellectual limitations of the human beings because of the so many wavelengths entering the minds of youngsters of the present age. There are so many civilizational hazards, some of the hazards of the negative modernity. All has to be somehow filtered out, and pure water of spirituality has to be given based on scientific principles, based on life experience of all saints and all right knowledge. And definitely there can be no platform to broadcast ignorance, fanaticism, fanaticism, dogmatism and selfishness. In any form, any subtle or gross shade, any form of selfishness, directly, indirectly. As yesterday in our talk, Shri Madhusudan delivering the message of Baba, told we cannot douse the fire by one more fire. Hatred or all kind of a negativism cannot be quelled or dealt with by any kind of a such negativism or evil. Or so violence or dogmatism cannot be countered by again counter violence or counter dogmatism. It can be quelled only by right knowledge. Right knowledge, love and higher knowledge. It is the higher knowledge which conquers the lower ignorance. It is the inner strength which conquers the outer devil. It is the subtle power of knowledge, the divine spiritual power which conquers the gross negative wavelengths of the world. It is only the subtle, the inner, the one, and that is the real seen and unseen power of the world has to be seen. We are in a sense-bound seen world. There is an unseen world which is not we are perceiving. We see that we had, before this birth, we had an existence. After death, we have an existence. In between, when body is hanging on, who am I? What is God? This is any person who has got an intellectual awakening, whether it's a Hindu, Buddhist, Christian or Islamic boy. When the intellect awakens, what is intellectual awakening means? When you are in a darkness, when you see light, when a light is brought out, see, you are seeing the different contours of the land clearly, where there is a fall, where there is a rise. You will be able to see everything when light is, even though Sri Ramakrishna says, thousands of years in a cave, if there is a darkness, if the light of knowledge, if light is lighted, within a fraction of a second, the ignorance will go, the darkness will go. So, in order to dispel the darkness within, we need to do sadhana and work, but the light of grace comes. When the intellectual awakening, spiritual awakening comes, then definitely, whether it is a Hindu, Muslim, Christian, or any category, denomination of religion, all narrow domestic walls, all kinds of the difference will cease, and the human soul, the collective human psyche will be hungering for one God, the truth, the eternal undying content of the personality. And that should be the real purpose of harmony of religion. It is not only that there is a Swamiji in his Chicago address, Swami Vivekananda in his Chicago address, he tells it is not only that we should tolerate the religion, other religion, we should accept the religion. When you read physics, you can also read chemistry. Physics and chemistry are not two watertight compartments. Like different religions are different aspects or syllabi of the same subject called spirituality. The spiritual core of all religion is to be understood, is to be strengthened, is to be refined, and no religion should make religion the platform to broadcast ignorance, bigotry. That's what Swami Vivekananda in his 1893 Chicago address, he told, that bell that toll today to mark that Sarvadharma Sammelan, Parliament of Religion, be the ultimate death knell to all bigotry, all narrow-mindedness. So, regarding this, I conclude by placing before you that infusing spirituality cannot happen only through the syllabus-oriented schooling. House should be a spiritual home. What stops? All our houses, if they are lighted with the spiritual light, and let be a movement where
next day spent one day with the horse, and the next day the king asked Bodhisattva, sir, you have any solution for my horse? He said, horse has no problem. Sir, everybody is saying the same thing, horse has no problem. Why is it limping? Bodhisattva said, I have a solution for it, don't worry. You appointed one person to coach this horse, the trainer of the horse. Please change him, horse will be all right. He said, why? He is limping. The trainer is limping, and looking at him, the horse thought that is the right way to walk, and it started limping. And the story says when he changed the trainer, the horse became better. Today I find, my friends, the only way to bring out these essential truths of spirituality can be done through teachers and parents. Parents and teachers are the only two people who become role models without their permission and knowledge. Nobody is going to ask a teacher, will you be my role model, sir? We become a role model. I have a small exercise. I know I'm the last speaker of the session here. Therefore, we have a small activity. Can we do that? I love to do that activity. It makes you a little better in the chair. It's a 30-second exercise I want you to do. Can you keep your right hand free? Don't have pen, pencil or anything. For about 30 seconds. It's only 30-second exercise. Keep your right hand free. And please do only as I say. Please do only as I say. You have to do exactly what I say. Raise your right hand. All of you. Raise your right hand. Fold your fingers into a fist. Slowly bring your hand forward. Stretch your forefinger. Only forefinger, nothing else. Stretch your forefinger. And very quickly keep this finger on the left cheek. Please see where you kept your finger. I told you to keep the finger on the left cheek. We know what is cheek and what is chin. Since I am here in the elevated place, I could see three reactions here. One is, quite a few of you kept the finger here and did not bother about it. Some of you wondered, the fellow says cheek but keeps it here. Then said, if he is keeping, why should I bother? I keep it here. And third category, and the smart category, kept the finger here and slowly moved on to the left cheek. No problem, it's all right. Why I am saying, my friends, is I had told you twice before very clearly, please do only as I say. But most of you did what I did. Therefore, remember, your students and your children will not follow what you say. They will always do what you do. It's a universal truth. There is no other way. There is no other way other than demonstration for a value. Values are always demonstrated. Values are not taught. Values are not lectured about. Values are not professed. Values are demonstrated. You become better if you see a good role model. If you find a wonderful role model before you, you do that. But how do we do that? We have to put our ideas into our children. I tell you, when I was teaching in the college for a long time, I was teaching chemistry. One day suddenly I asked my students a question, how many of you know your grandfather's name? They were surprised, how is chemistry connected with grandfather? But when the teacher asked question, they should answer. They looked around and all of them raised their hand. I said, good, all of you know your grandfather's name. I gave a minute's pause and then asked, how many of you know your great-grandfather's name? Again, they looked around, only 8 to 10 hands went up. I said, good, at least 8 to 10 children know their great-grandfather's name. Again, I paused and said, how many of you know your great-great-grandfather's name? No hand went up. I said, surprising. How is that you don't know your own great-great-grandfather's name? One girl stood up and answered a little rudely, but there was truth in perhaps in what she said. She said, sir, what is the point in remembering him, sir? I said, Amma, I am not asking my great-great-grandfather's name. I am asking your great-great-grandfather's name. And you say, what is the point in knowing? She said angrily, what is so great he has done for me to remember, sir? I said, Amma, cool down. Please sit down. I made her sit down. I said, now I'll mention some more names. Names of people, if you know the names, raise your hand, otherwise don't worry about it. They were all sitting curiously on the edge of the chair. I asked them a question. How many of you know the name of Rama, Ayodhya Rama? Everybody raised their hand. Everybody knew. I said, good. How many of you know Krishna? Yes, everybody knew. I said, good. How many know Buddha? Yes. Mahavira? Yes. Jesus Christ? Yes. Prophet Muhammad? Yes. Sri Ramakrishna? Yes. Vivekananda? Yes. Basavanna? Yes. Everybody raised their hand. Then I told him I have a serious problem. I mentioned the names of so many people from Rama to Basavanna, and all the names you know, but you don't know your own great-great-grandfather's name. Why is that? Think over and tell me. I gave them 5 minutes time. I had a wonderful child in my class, a brilliant child called Padmini Priyadarshini. I can't forget her name. She had tears in her eyes. I said, what happened, Padmini? Why are you crying? She stood up and told me, sir, the question that you asked me today is a lesson of my life, sir. I said, what is the lesson, child? When she answered, it became a lesson for my life. It could be for anybody. She told me, the lesson I learned from this question is, sir, anyone who lives for himself is forgotten immediately by the world, but anyone who lives for others cannot be forgotten. I said, this is the most important lesson we have to teach our children. If you live only for yourself, your great-grandson will not remember your name. If you live for somebody else, the world will remember you. All these names I mentioned from Rama to Basavanna, I asked, what is the bank balance of Swami Vivekananda in 1902? There was no bank at all. All the deposits he made was in our hearts. These people, by living and loving people together, they made such a huge deposit in our hearts that we can never forget them, can never ever forget them. These are the role models. It not only happened now. I love the Sufi masters. I love the Sufi masters, especially Jalaluddin Rumi, whom I studied to some extent. I love him so much. He gives a lovely story. One day there were 4 people working in a particular building. One was a Persian, other was an Arab, other was a Turk, and the last was a Greek. All 4 were working together, and then at the end of it they got the money. There's some extra money. They're wondering, what should I do with this money? Immediately Persian said, you do anything. I want to purchase angur for this. I want to purchase angur. Immediately the Arab said, no, I can't purchase angur. I want inab. I want to spend the money on inab. And the third fellow Turk said, I don't want angur and inab. I want uzum. And the last one, Greek, said, I want staffel. I want staffel. I don't want one of these things. They were fighting with each other. I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this. And there was a trespasser who stopped and asked, what are you fighting for? And immediately Persian said, I want angur. Arab said, I want inab. Turk said, I want uzum. And Greek said, I want staffel. The man smiled and said, give me the money. I'll give you what you want. He took all the money from them and brought a big basket of grapes and gave it to them. They all smiled and this is what we wanted. These are the names of grapes in different languages. And Jalaluddin Rumi says the same thing. That's what we are talking about, God. God is the same inab or angur or uzum or staffel. God is the same. We call him by different names. Ekam Sat, Vipra Bahuda Vadanti. We say the same thing. But how do you pass it on to the students in the classroom? My friends, please remember, this is a very crucial aspect. The young people want to know, but we don't know who is going to tell them the right thing at the right place. There was one great scholar in Karnataka. I don't know how many of you understand Kannada and know his name, is Masti Venkatesh Iyengar. He was a Dhyana Award winner and he was one of my mentors. I spent a lot of time with him. One day I went to him and it happened. I went to listen to a talk in Krishna Parishat Mandir, Kannada Rajya Parishad. As I was entering, I had a cycle at that time, and those days cycle did not have the dynamo, it was only kerosene lamp we had to put. I don't know why we put it, because no light was coming, but at least to avoid the policeman, we used to keep the kerosene lamp in the front. When I stopped the vehicle, I remembered the vehicle had no lock, cycle had no lock. I didn't know what to do. I pushed it behind the rows of Ashoka trees there and took the lamp in my hand, because it could be taken out. Somebody should not take it away. Masti came there and said, Karajagi, be careful about the lamp. If cycle goes, no problem.
I said, why sir? You listen to the lecture, I'll tell you later on. When I came back, I asked him, why did you say that? He said, look Karajagi, there are two things in life. Every dharma, and unfortunate that English is not so strong to translate dharma into appropriate word. Religion is the only poor word that we have for dharma. Dharma is much more magnificent than the English word religion. Every dharma, every religion that we call has two aspects to it. One is the tattva, other is the achara. This is most beautiful. The practices that we do is achara. Whether the nama should be put vertical or horizontal, or you should put kumkum, or you should vibhuti. These are all acharas. But behind this achara there is a tattva, essence of the dharma. We always forget the essence and catch hold of the achara. And he gave me an example. I can never forget, and I am sure you will not forget the example he gave me. Masti Venkatesh Iyengar was the revenue commissioner for Mysore Maharaj, the fourth senior most position from the king. And every time he went from Bangalore to Mysore or Mysore to Bangalore, a train would go for him, not a car. A 3-compartment train. The last compartment for his family, the middle compartment was Diwani Am, meeting the officers there, and the first is for the officers. One day he was traveling with his Purohit, very conservative religious man, Iyengar. He was traveling with him, and as the train was going near Maddur, and Masti asked him, do you want to have tender coconut? He said, why not? The train was stopped. Train was going for him only. The train stopped, and few attendants went and got some beautiful tender coconuts from there. It was chopped and the train started moving. Masti Venkatesh Iyengar gave one shell to the Purohit and said, have water sir, it's very nice, good water you can drink. Immediately Purohit said, no, you should not drink directly like that. You should pour in a silver cup and then drink. He said, sir, this is more pure, it is nature. You can have it. He said, no, you don't understand dharma. Okay, he got a silver tumbler, and the Purohit transferred part of it into the silver tumbler and he was drinking. And the train was going, and the anxiety of talk and saying something, discussing together. Suddenly, at one point, the Purohit realized that while talking, he forgot what he was drinking. He was holding the tender coconut shell in his right hand. He was drinking the water from the left hand in the silver tumbler. He threw the silver tumbler out of the window and holding on to this shell. Then said, Masti, stop the train. I threw the silver tumbler out. He said, doesn't matter, sir, throw the silver tumbler, hold on to this properly. Then he told me, the shell is the achara. Essence is the water. We hold on to the shell but forget the achara. Acharo dharmapalakaha is a beautiful word. Acharo dharmapalakaha. Achara is the one which protects inner dharma. Dharma is so soft. The coconut, the shell that you have, the water you have, and the coprum that you have inside is for important. And for that, cover it, there is a shell. The moment you say coconut, what do you get in your mind? Is the shell only. We hold on to the shell and ignore the soft material inside. Said, achara is only for outside, but inner thing is always the same. One example, since I have 20 minutes, I want to exceed that. One is a teacher who has to demonstrate values. Isaac Asimov, about whom the mention was made, he mentioned once, he wrote a book called Biographical Encyclopedia of Science and Technology. I'd request everybody to read it. If you can't read the book, at least read the preface. It's a magnificent preface. After 13 long years of effort, he wrote the biographies of 1,200 scientists in that book. In the preface he writes, when I completed the book, I was both happy and sad. Happy because I could chronicle the biographies of 1,200 people. Sad because there are only 1,200. He said, my research may be inadequate. There may be 100 times more the number. Then he says, beautiful, my friends, please don't forget it. He says, if you see the history of human life, only 1 in 6 million leaves his footprints on the sand of time. Others disappear like worms, is his language. Only 1 in 6 million leaves his footprints on the sands of time. Others disappear like worms. Then you ask a question, who are those people who left the footprints? These are the people who loved everybody without even bothering to which community they belong to. Those are the people who left footprints on the sand of time. Others have disappeared. One last instance I should say. Teachers are important. They have to demonstrate this in the classrooms, and parents have to do that. Parents' responsibility is very high. I'll mention a story and stop. It happened to me on January 1st, 2009. That touched my heart and perhaps changed my outlook towards life. I go to Gujarat very frequently. I was in Baroda on that day. Evening at about 7 o'clock, I was staying in the hotel. Dr. Shailesh Mehta, one of the best heart specialists of Gujarat today, he came to see me. He's a good friend of mine. He was about 69 at that time. He came to see me. There was enough time for the dinner. We sat in the balcony and we were talking to each other. Suddenly, remember, Dr. Shailesh Mehta is not an emotional man. He cuts 10 hearts every day. Suddenly became emotional and said, do you know, interesting thing happened to me recently. I said, what happened? On December 3rd, a young couple brought a daughter to me. Mehta is such a busy doctor. He has hospitals in Ahmedabad, Baroda and Rajkot. He has become God. People say if Mehta touches you, you'll be all right. That kind of status he has acquired. He can't meet every patient. The junior doctors meet him, evaluate, and finally only if Dr. Mehta has to meet him, he will meet, otherwise he will not. One day a couple brought this little girl. The daughter has a heart problem. The child, 6-year-old girl, has a heart problem. Mehta saw the report, immediately could make out the case is bad. He told him, why did you delay so much? You could have come earlier, you could have done something. Then they started crying and said, we are in a small village, sir. The doctor gave the normal medicine. He said, child will be all right. Now he says, your child is serious. Take him to the hospital and go to Mehta. We have come here. Dr. Mehta explained to them situation. The case is very bad. All the arteries are blocked. Only 2 options now. The child has to undergo immediate heart surgery now, immediately. But the chances of survival, he explained to them, are only 30%. That means 70% of the time the child may die on the operation table. Be prepared for it. If I don't do the operation, what is going to happen? The child will not survive more than 6 months. There's no chance. What do you do? What can the parents do? They cried their heart out and said, sir, please do the operation. We have faith in God. He will save my child. Immediate child was admitted to the hospital. There required to be some tests to be done for 3-4 days. If the mother stayed with the child in the hospital, every day evening she would say some prayers and put vibhuti on her forehead and say, pray God, child, God will save you, God will save you. The child and the mother prayed together. The day of the operation came. Please visualize in your mind. The 6-year-old was on the operation table. So many doctors and nurses surrounded the child. Dr. Mehta went at the end, the green sterilized gown, the cap and the mask and the gloves in his hand. He went inside. When he saw the child, something stirred within. The child is alive now. If the operation does not go well, as he predicted, 70% it may not work. The child may die in 40 minutes. He wanted to encourage the child. Patted her head and said, don't worry, child, you will be all right. The child looked up and looked at the doctor and said, I am not worried, doctor, but I have a question to ask. Question? What is the question? Doctor asked. The child said, everybody says in the hospital, and my mother says, God resides in your heart. And today doctors tell me that I have to undergo open heart surgery. Does it mean you open my heart completely? Doctor said, don't worry, child, you will not feel the pain at all. You will not feel the pain. I'm not worried about the pain, doctor. My question is different. What is that? Every day when my mother sings prayers and puts vibhuti on my forehead, she says, God is in your heart, He will save you. God is in your heart, He will save you. I have one request, doctor. When you open my heart, please see whether God is there inside. And if He is there, when I'm all right, please tell me how He looks like. Such questions nobody had asked Dr. Mehta. He said, okay, don't worry, child, and started the operation. They were into operation for 40 minutes. Suddenly he found not even a drop of blood was coming into the heart. Heart was sinking. The heart-lung machine was showing the drop in the BP and the heartbeat. He tried his best but could not do anything. Suddenly he told the doctors, next, I think the child is gone. Stop the machine, put the sutures and hand over the body to the parents. Child may not survive. Close it. As he said it, suddenly the child's question came into his mind. Doctor, when you open the heart, see whether God is there. Immediately, what happened to this doctor? Not an emotional doctor. His eyes started flooding. He looked into the hand, his bloody hands, and then said, God, child believes that you are in her heart, and the child's mother believes that you are in the heart. If you are there, only you can save. I can't save the child. My knowledge and skills have come to zero now. I can't save the child. You save it. Since his eyes were flooded, he told the doctor next, take my spectacle. I can't see anything. When the doctor took the spectacle, he wiped his tears with his hand. At that time, the doctor next to him elbowed him and said, doctor, blood is coming into the heart. Dr. Mehta says, I don't believe in miracles. Some physical phenomena must have happened. The blood is coming in the heart. I put my spectacle on and told, put the machine on, heart-lung machine on, let us try some more. 5 of us doctors and all the nurses together struggled hard. For next 3.5 hours, operation was done. We cleaned up every artery. Operation is completely successful. Child will live for 60 years, nothing problem. As doctor was narrating this incident to me, he was crying like a child. You can imagine 69-year-old heart specialist crying like that. Then he told me, now you know the child is recovering in the ward. I have not gone and met her. Because the moment I go, she will ask me, did you see God? What will I tell her? I told Dr. Mehta, please tell the child. When you go there, child, forget about seeing God. God is not to be seen, God is to be experienced. God is to be experienced in every moment of our life. You know what has happened now? This man who had not believed in God, he thought his skills are good, his knowledge is so good. He has put a picture of God in the operation theatre now. Before doing any operation, he goes and says, God, I have knowledge and skills, I'll work on that, but your blessings are needed to make the patient successful. This feeling of God's existence was given to a heart specialist by a 6-year-old child. How did the 6-year-old get it? Because her mother believed it. Therefore, as parents, if you believe in God, that's what I lovely say. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa was the first one. We all have faiths. How this religion concept came into being? I believe in certain things. I'm happy about what I believe. Suddenly I meet another person who also has the same belief. I say, oh, both of us have the same belief. We become party together. We find another 10 people. When the numbers become more, we become a group. And we start looking for somebody who also has the same faith. Remember, individual faith becomes collective faith. When individual faith becomes a religion, it becomes aggressive, it becomes conquering, it becomes empire making. That is the problem. Swami Ramakrishna was the first one in the recent human history to reverse this religion into faith again. As Dastur mentioned rightly, he practiced as a true Christian, practiced as a true Muslim, practiced the Radha Bhava. How was Radha? He wore sari and lived like a Radha. And finally said, through all of them I saw the same God. He said, your faith is more important than a collective faith, individual faith. He was the first one to reverse this religion, faith into religion, into religion, into faith. Amazing. And that's why Swami Vivekananda gave a beautiful definition of spirituality. To me, at this moment, it remains the best definition of spirituality. Every human is potentially divine. Every human is potentially divine. There is divinity in every human heart. If I can practice it, if I can teach through my teachers and my parents, I think the Sarvabhauma Samadhava that we are thinking of in education would be possible with the blessings of Swami. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gururaj. It was an absolute joy to listen to you, sir. As you drove your point across with anecdotes and demonstrations, the story of the heart touched all our hearts as well. We hope to have many more engagements with you in the coming days. May I now request Shri B.N. Narasimhamurthy to extend our token of gratitude to Dr. Gururaj.
Very dear brothers and sisters and children, I am very happy to announce that Swami revealed that mother and child were devotees of Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba for a very long time. And the mother was a Bal Vikas teacher who taught the child that God is there in the heart. Sairam to you.
There are many more such heart-touching stories that we hear about on a day-to-day basis in the newly constructed, not newly constructed, it's been running for 3 years now, the Sri Satya Sai Sanjeevani Heart Hospital in Raipur. We urge all the delegates here, if you get the opportunity, do visit the Heart Hospital in Raipur and you will listen to many more such stories that will touch your hearts as well. This afternoon, we will have a panel discussion on the same topic, spirituality and education, based on harmony of religions. And the eminent educationists seated here will discuss, and it will be interactive as well. The panel discussion will begin at 3:30, so all the delegates are requested to assemble in the auditorium by 3:15. We will conclude the session now with Sarvadharma prayer.
Om Tat Sat Shri Narayana Tu Purushottama Guru Tu Siddha Buddha Tu Skanda Vinayaka Savita Pavaka Tu Sai Savita Pavaka Tu Brahma Madhya Tu Yava Shakti Tu Yesu Pita Prabhu Tu Rudra Vishnu Tu Rama Krishna Tu Rahima Taur Tu Sai Rahima Taur Tu Vasudeva Go Vishwarupa Tu Chidananda Hari Tu Advitiya Tu Akala Nirbhaya Atmalinga Shiva Tu Sai Atmalinga Shiva Tu Sai Atmalinga Shiva